Hey, 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 happy Sunday, everybody. We are back. I know we don't usually do this on Sundays, but there's a lot of people out searching for Sebastian right now. And I think we need to follow along with it if we can together. I appreciate that so very much. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road, folks. Thank you so much for joining us on this Sunday. Let's do this. Here we go, here we go, here we go. All right, everybody, welcome back. Great to have you here on this Sunday, March 24th, 2024. Great to have you guys here with us today. Again, like I said, I typically don't do the Sunday thing. As you see in the background, my family's always around, but it's important to keep this going while we're looking for Sebastian. There's people everywhere looking for this kid today, and I'm so grateful for that. Cluminati and a fiance were out all day looking for him. They still probably are. They lost a feed that they were rolling. Unfortunately, I see a lot of you guys that were in there, and I appreciate that so very much, supporting this as this is going on. We're going to try to follow along with it as well. We will find it, folks, and keep it going. And I appreciate you all for being here and there, following every bit of this as we look for him here and there. I'm trying to make my way down there myself, guys, this coming week. If they don't happen to bring him home today, I'm trying to work things out as we speak. So hopefully that works out. Let me see here. 1 second, folks. Let me get some things up and rolling for a minute here. All right. I think either Clue's battery died or they lost their feed because of where they were. One or the other. They were in the midst of it, folks. They met up with Seth at a specific place and were out there searching right along with JLR and quite a few other volunteers that were there to do this. Well, I told you guys one way or another, we're bringing this kid home. This child needs to be home. It needs to happen, guys. It needs to happen. Exactly, Jody. Real quick, let's see who's here with us tonight as we do this together, guys. Miss Heather Fitzgerald, welcome back to you. Great to see you. War Eagle, welcome. Miss Victoria, good to see you. Good to have you here. Deborah Lynn, Polly Putnam, good to have you. Good to see you today. AG, welcome back. I agree. Bobby, old dude, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Jody Walters, always a pleasure. Chemistry Queen, thank you for joining me. Arctic Fox, what's up, brother? Good to have you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining me today. Let me see. Let me see. SRB, welcome back, dear. Good to have you. Good to see you. Evie Marie, always a pleasure. Willows, welcome back to you. Let me see. Let me see. Robert Bell, welcome back, brother. Good to have you. Good to see you today. Miss Wisdom Speaks, always a pleasure to have Miss Sherry in the house. And that goes for all you moderators. Thank you so much for being here and joining us. Doodlebug, welcome back to you, dearie. Good to have you. Cat K, welcome back. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Hit that like button on your way in the door if you will. I appreciate you very much. Jody Walters, thank you for being here. Miss Joanne Jackson's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for all the new faces that are here. I appreciate you very much. But Randy B, always here, no doubt about it. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining me. Elba Requa, thank you for being here as well. Great to see you. Miss Teresa, thank you for joining us tonight. Holly, Nunning Poppins is in the house. Great to have you. Great to see you. Neil Homestead, thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you so very much. Great to have you here. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Mama Bear's in the house. I don't know what Mama, if she's going to join me or if she's going to hang and chat. It is Sunday, so I don't, not much expected with this. Terry Martin, welcome back to UCL. Great to see you. Thank you for joining me today. Polly Pepper from over the pond. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here with us today. Let me see. Let me see. Mittens for Kittens, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Thank you so very much for that, Holly. Lisa Vallejo, welcome back to you. Come on in, guys. We got 76 people here with 44 likes, guys. Let's like this up and get it out in the algorithm if we can. Please, please, please. Absolutely, Miss Sherry. Thank you for that. Even if you're just standing in here listening, please hit that like button so we can get this in the algorithm. Sorry, guys. I had a bit of a glitch. Sorry about that. Thank you, Heather. I will check into that. Lou Hellickson, welcome. Michelle Weddle, welcome back to you. Not a drama Nana in the house. Welcome back to you as one minute, everybody. I'm trying to set something up. just to show you guys what's been going on throughout the day. For the past couple days, JLR, as we all know, is there live on scene and has been. Um, so we are going to check this out, you guys, and follow along with this and catch up with the live streams that are following this live.
15-year-old Sebastian Rogers continues. There's a pretty large group out
Welcome,
here.
Draw. Thank you for joining us. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. There she is. Good to see you, Molly, dear.
Searching all over the place. We're keeping Sebastian's name in the spotlight. I'm going to tag along and help bring awareness. Sebastian's out there somewhere back.
One moment, everybody.
In the general area we're at yesterday. This time they're going along the wooded area here. And I'm going to spin the camera around and we're just going to monitor the situation and help find Sebastian.
I hope you're feeling better, Molly. I heard your belly wasn't feeling too good, so I hope you're doing better now. Hold on, guys. I'm having weird problems here. Hold on.
The property owner just let Seth Rogers search.
All right, here we go, guys. Sorry about this.
It's Center Point Road and the railroad tracks. Yeah, I do. Just go on your Google Maps and then just
hold on.
On the right, you can put save or share. So go on your Google Maps and put share. Do you see it? And then you can, it'll have like copy link, or you can like touch where you're at and just.
There we go. I think I got it right now. Sorry, I've been having things overlapping all over the place.
Good morning. The search for Sebastian continues, folks. JLR investigates.
So we've been everywhere looking for him. They've been everywhere looking for him, on foot, boots on the ground, all over the place.
Find answers and try.
So again, thank you all for joining this as we still are trying to bring this child home, guys. You are appreciated. Why? Hold on a minute. It's still having weird things going on. Once. All right, sorry about that. There was some noise going on over by the TV there. We're good now. Thank you again, Tracy. Again, good to see you. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Give me a second.
I'm gonna get close like.
So this is the area where JLR was.
You're from here, right? Yeah, I mean, do people just come out here? Like, is this,
Illuminati and Cletus met up with.
okay.
That's way too much.
They ended up here as well, and then that's when they went blank. I think their battery died. So that's why
Got it pinned. All right, so you dropped it.
I decided I could go live too, to try to find anything I can and to keep everybody up to date as to what's going on that may not have seen this. I've seen a lot of people over with Clue earlier, and that's amazing. You guys are absolutely amazing. I appreciate it. I don't know. I don't see Miss Cassie in here yet. I hope everything's okay with her today. Share this out, guys, if you will. Please hit the like button on the way in. We got 93 people in here. Let's get it out there, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Rogers continues JLR.
Yes, Sunshine, welcome to you. Bigger crew for sure. Steve's in the house. SWGC, welcome back. Good to see you, Sunshine. Every one of you guys, thank you for being here.
Seth Rogers is out here. Sebastian's father.
But that up there, man, that's way too.
Absolutely, guys. I was going to go live with her, but I didn't see any point in doing that because most of you guys were over there at that point. So it was no big deal. I didn't think till after the fact. So,
Well, now what river is that to the left here? What is this? Is this part of that goes into the old Hickory Lake?
Yeah.
now that's one thing that I think is important that they need to be checking is the water. They need to be checking water in all these areas because we do know that Sebastian was attracted to water, okay? Different, forms of water and things like that. Oh yeah, that's happened for sure, Terry. I know they've done that. So again, guys, I hope they're checking this water. I hope they're gonna scam this, get down in here and drag this possibly. If they have any clue at all, or even a feeling that he was in this area, they need to check this water. That's just 100% in my opinion. That's one of my biggest thoughts with this. So let me pull him back up. There's Mama Bear. He started her vacation today. That's awesome. We'll get to see her throughout the week. Super exciting. Right, Arctic. Absolutely, 100%. God, I pray to God we bring this child home soon. Seriously. I agree on the water. I wonder if this group just isn't quite in the know for water. Well, and that's the thing is there's probably no professionals here for water, for diving, for this, that at this point yet. At some point, I believe they'll probably get to that. Okay, if need be. Monty, welcome, dear. Good to see you. Like I said, guys, I don't typically do Sundays, but most everybody's left already, and I just feel like it needs to be out there. All of the searching that's been going on in the past couple days. I agree, Heather. I really do. I'm ready for this to be over. I just hope it ends positively. That's all I'm worried.
Rogers find his son, Sebastian. Come on out. Come on out. We'll go over here and see what's going on here. Everyone kind of scattered off.
Like I said, I'm trying to work things out so that I can possibly get down there by Tuesday if possible. It's a very slim possibility that I can do it, but I'm trying to make something happen to where I can. And if so, I'll be right there in the thick with the rest of them looking.
Little boy.
If not, I will just continue to do it the way I am here. But I promise you all, I'm trying to get down there. So we'll see what happens. Cross your fingers, guys. That's all.
I'm sorry.
It's wonderful to have you all here. It's wonderful to see you all. Thank you for joining me today for this. I'm sure everybody's doing their Sunday things, and as I was as well. And I was trying to get on here in this scenario for that. So 139 peeps in here. Let's hit that like button, guys. Golf Inspector, welcome back, ma'am. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Happy Sunday to you. See what they're talking about.
Profits are not out here. Profits haven't done any searches out here that I'm aware of. Does anyone know if the Profits searched at all? This is apparently where the last people to be with Sebastian, Katie Proudfoot. Has anyone seen?
And that's an issue for me that they're not. Something on Katie's Facebook said yesterday or something like that. Basically, made it sound like she may be out here. I don't see them, so I don't know. Wish I could go, but I have no. No, I get. Don't even. You don't have to explain, Arctic. You've been doing the work, putting it in, just like the rest of us do. Not all of us can make it out there on a regular basis, and it's understood. You know, we do the best we can with what we can. So don't worry about that, Arctic. You do an amazing job of what you do, my friend. Keep doing what you're doing. No worries at all, sir.
February 26th, after 6 a.m., 6:39, around that time is when the call was made.
No, this is a different area. This is not the Nasdaq Park, I don't believe. This is a whole different area closer to.
Thank you for your support.
I think Cluminati said this was like 6 miles
Shout out
from
to Magnolia.
the home.
Yes, everyone. Shout out to Magnolia.
Just to let you know, SRB.
Keeping the chat family friendly, monitoring it. She is a huge part of bringing awareness to all these cases.
Thank you again for all my moderators joining me today on this Sunday. I appreciate you all very much for being here. Whether or not you guys have anything that you need to do in here, you're here to support this, and that is what matters. And I appreciate you all so very much. I have a wonderful team of people here that does what they do, and I am so appreciated. If you hear what he just said, that's where they're at. 1 second.
I would say west. Are not out here. Profits haven't done any searches out here that I'm aware of. Does anyone know if the Profits searched?
Exactly, Angel. I've had multiple emails about this as well.
The last people to be with Sebastian, Katie Proudfoot.
This is the second one, AG.
Any searches in the woods? Canvass the area, look around.
That is so awesome, Brandy. Thank you, guys. Brandy put together
almost a month, folks.
Brandy put together a TikTok because she runs our awesome TikTok that we have. She runs all that. She put together a TikTok to help with this in support of finding Sebastian. Brandy, you did an amazing job, darling. Thank you very much. I will pull this up for you guys here and show you here real quick just to see what I'm talking about. 1 second here. Give me a second. And that's what I want, is for everybody to see this on every platform possible. Let's see here. There we go. All right, Brandy, that's awesome. Thank you very much for that. You do an amazing job with that. So wonderful. And yes, the Cajun Navy did post on their page. They're working with law enforcement on something. I think we pretty much all are under the understanding that they're dealing with this as well. There's a bunch of rumors going around, everybody. We need to try to hold back on some of that, believe in this and believe in that until we figure out what is real. You know what I'm saying? I want this to be based on as much truth as absolutely possible. So that was beautiful, Brandy. So beautiful. Thank you for that. Yes, thank you for that, Sherry. We need to keep the rumors down to a minimum to nothing, folks. We want to have the real deal. Klubman, you said earlier, she's heard
share
this
on your
heard that.
platforms if you're out there and you have a platform, YouTube or any type of social
But she
media,
doesn't want to
just
say
not
certain things because she doesn't want it to get put out there if it's wrong. And that's how we're all on the same page with this.
We need to keep Sebastian's name in the limelight and not let this fade away.
See, that's what we're all doing, guys. JLR even said it. He wants everybody to share this on their platforms as we are with each other. We're sharing each other's stuff because of that. So, by the way, I was going to say, Arctic, if you want to join me up here, brother, you're welcome to jump up here with us. I appreciate the other creators that are in here as well
Billboards out here
and supporting this. There's a link in the chat, Arctic, if you want to pop up here, bro.
Authorities put
the more the better.
road signs on the side of the road asking for help. If you've seen anything, if you know anything, 1-800-TBI-FINE, Sumner County Sheriff's Office. We got clear down there. Welcome to media. Thank you.
Welcome, Leo. Good to have you here. Ma'am, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I see that.
Where are the Proudfoots? Why aren't the Proudfoots out?
Welcome,
searching
Victoria,
for Sebastian?
and everybody that's
How come
joining
they're
us
not
on
out
this
there
Sunday.
doing
I
it?
appreciate you all very much for jumping in
They
here with us.
claim
It means the
Sebastian
world.
left the house barefoot with a flashlight. Why aren't the Proudfoots out there in the woods looking for Sebastian? They're not. But why? Why? Does anyone know why?
Hold on, folks. I got to check something. I'll bring this right back.
Detective Sam, thank you.
We need one more like, everybody. One more person, please hit that like button.
Following the searchers, doing searching myself.
All right, we're right there. We're out in the algorithm. Good job, guys. Awesome.
The same thing. Whether you have Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Rumble, YouTube, whatever, get his face out there. Let's get the story going.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Volunteers from all backgrounds.
This is the update from the Cajun Navy from 7 hours ago stating
No, but I do have his number.
the Cajun
You
Navy
guys know how way to contact him?
with local.
What do you
officials.
find?
Please stand by. Let the process work. We hear everyone asking for more info to come when it becomes available. And that's a link to their
over there. I'm gonna just
welcome, JCN. Don't work too hard, dear. So that's from 7 hours ago, guys. So we know what they're doing.
At this point, every time there's clothing, you just like kind of like drop in it.
What is it? Just clothing again? Ooh,
Ooh,
loose soil. One of those situations. Yeah. When it comes to loose soil, folks, we're just going to kind of sit back and kind of wait.
I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. I was trying to run two things at once. Let me fix it for you real quick. I will do that one more time. Thank you to Molly for putting that out there. Hold on. Let's try this again. I thought I had muted him, but I guess I didn't at that moment. No problem. Here, let me show you this again, everybody, real quick. Okay. It says the United Cajun Navy is working with local officials. Please stand by and let the process work. We hear everyone is asking for more information, more info to come when it becomes available. And so there you go, guys. Sorry about that again. But again, this is their post from 7 hours ago stating as to what they're doing. And we all know and we've heard multiple times that they are working together with law enforcement on this to try and bring Sebastian home at this point. It's been ongoing for nearly a month now. Something needs to give, guys. Something needs to give.
We'll plug my phone in. I have a battery charger with me.
Sorry about the echo, folks.
There we go. All right, so they're just going to drop pin.
Again, guys, Clue and Fiance have been out. They were out all day earlier today doing their thing, making this happen. Boots on the ground, following these groups of people wherever they're going, every which way they can to try to do something to find this child. And I thank them and support them so very much for that. And thank you to all of you that have done that as well. It takes a lot to do this stuff, guys. It's not, you can't just, jump out there and go walking and find him. It's not that easy. There's so many people now that we have looking all over the place for this child. Okay. And sorry about that. My granddaughter ran up on me. So they've been doing amazing work as well, and I appreciate every bit of what they're doing.
Here, I'll see if I can do it. I got 5G. All right, so this is where we're at, folks.
By the way, this is the area that Seth has been searching as well.
All right, so this is where we're at on the map. So if
She
you want to know where
Clue's in
we're
the
at,
house. Thank you for jumping in here, Clue.
exactly
Thank
where
you for
we're
what
at.
you guys did today. It was
we're a
amazing.
little bit below the railroad. You see the exact location we're at. This is here. So she was able to
Again,
drop in.
Arctic, there's a link in there if you want to jump up. Anybody else that wants to jump in here and discuss this about what's been going on, please feel free. The link is in the chat again.
Yes, we're Sebastian's soldiers.
Sebastian's army. That's what this is.
Sebastian's soldiers. I'm just...
Like I said, not any one of us is going to stop until we bring this child home, one way or another. No matter what, we are going to do that. Come on in, Mama Bear.
Sebastian's army, Sebastian's soldiers.
That's it, too. That's absolutely it.
Strong. I like that. Sebastian strong.
No problem, Clue.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna follow these good citizens.
And that's the thing, guys. This terrain is not just like walking through a golf course, as you can tell. It's very wooded. There's a lot of hills and stuff. This is in the south, of course, you know, and there's trees everywhere. You don't know where there's dips, gullies, and holes, and this and that. It is what it is. So it's not easy, you know. And we got people of all ages. There's young people. There's people in their 50s, their 60s, out here doing this. That just, it's not that easy. You know, Steph was
Sure, everybody would be more like, "Are you okay?" We got some serious minded people in our chats. You know, there's some people that laugh when people fall and everything like that.
No
And there's some
worries,
people
buddy.
that will
Thank
be
you,
like,
bro.
"Are you okay?" and concerned.
We were down there and we were like, well, I'm not really sure how we're getting back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not climbing down this one, are we?
No. Now, what is this here? Is this like a branch off of the river, or is this the actual Cumberland River? Or is it that?
It's like a branch off of the lake,
Gotcha.
like a canal or something.
Me personally, I think they need to be looking all up and down this river for whatever part that they can. Anywhere between Sebastian's home to this area here and on down. It's been almost a month, folks. Like, if somebody's in this water, they could be anywhere. So that's the thing. They need to be searching this river like crazy, crazy, guys, to see anything at all. I don't want to think of it that way, but you know, it is what it is. You know, we got to be realistic in some senses as well and prepare ourselves for the absolute worst, you know, and hope for the best. That's what I always try to do, is prepare myself for the absolute worst and hope for nothing but the best, period. And that's, I think, what all of us creators do when we put this out there. You know, clue being you didn't scare me. Happy Sunday, Mama Bear. I can't hear you. You're muted, it says.
Sorry, kids were yelling, so I muted it before I came in.
No, you're okay. You're okay. Thank you for joining me today. Good to
Yeah.
see you.
No
I know we don't
problem.
typically do the Sunday thing, but this is important, I
Yeah,
think.
I
So,
was kind of listening off and on at work all day, so
right. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I
Mhm.
hope you're not taking any time away from the family, but
nope, they're in there playing a video game. Hubby's in the garage, so
great. Great. Thank you for being here. I knew you would be if you needed to be. So,
yep.
do they have dogs? I don't know. Clue, when you guys got to this site, did you notice if there were dogs that they brought in at this site as well, or was it just searchers? Good evening, Slow Southern Style. Thank you for joining us tonight. Yes, there are. This is true. Sherry says there are hundreds of people searching and giving their time. Hats off to all of them. Every single solitary person. I don't care if it's anybody taking their time to do this. Everybody appreciates this. No dogs today. Well, welcome, Feel the Love. No dogs, no drones. Yeah, I know everybody's gone that went in was going in yelling. Cletus yelled a couple times. Different people are yelling for his name to see if there's any response at all. So I'll be quiet and let you guys listen as we watch.
Gotcha. Yeah, Southwest.
Yep, definitely. I like the golf side.
I like the golf side. I live
That
in
is awesome.
Clearwater
NFT.
area.
Thank you so much for becoming a member and being part of this community for 3 whole months. That's
Tarpon.
amazing.
Tarpon Springs.
We appreciate you very much.
Pretty close there. You like the Greek food there? All the sponge docks, right?
Modine says if Ellie thought he was in the river, the Cajun Navy would already be in there. Remember how they showed up for right? And that's kind of what my thought is, but I still think that they should be looking just because of Sebastian's attraction to water. It's the only thing I've been worried about with this.
Well, I look forward to
Really,
covering them
that's
down
all.
there, chasing down bad guys, right?
Now, I will say this much. Based on things I've seen
A lot of wild stuff out
on
of
different
Florida.
news broadcasts and stuff like
They got
that, I
the
have
term
a
Florida
feeling
man.
that the Ellie might have a slight idea as to something. I'm not sure 100%. I just feel like they might. So I'm praying that they do and that they
And we're talking
are
about Jaden. Jaden's
doing their
it's
thing.
side by side. He's a local.
Thank you,
area. He's-
SRB. Real quick, guys, if you need the iPhone link for the membership to join, if you would like, I'm glad when you guys figured this out because I couldn't. That's the link right there if you have an iPhone, because it doesn't allow you to do it on a normal basis like everybody else does. So just click there and it should take you right into it if you want to join. Welcome, Cynthia Gaines. Thank you for joining us today. Modine, same with you. Virginia, welcome back. Everybody, thank you for jumping in today. I appreciate you guys so very much. We got 230 awesome people. We're in the algorithm. Let's keep it rolling, guys, and keep this out there.
Been helping Seth Rogers, and he's been coordinating these searches. So that's
I'm sorry, Mama Bear figured this out. Gotta give her credit. I didn't know that. Nobody told me until after the fact. So thank you for figuring it out, as you always do, Mama Bear. We appreciate you very much.
You're very welcome.
And thank you for being honest, SRP. That's awesome. You guys are great. I love it.
That's what we're talking about. He's really young. He's like 21, but the young man is passionate, and he's.
Noni's saying something about using the Safari browser. That's probably a good idea. I never thought of that.
Driving around locations with Seth, searching for Sebastian. So that's who we were talking about, and that's his mom there. So maybe when we see Jaden, I'll just introduce you guys to him, because I think I could probably say firsthand that Jaden has been like a rock for Seth.
So that's Seth's mother that he's talking about, and his family is here with him, helping him to do this. This is a lot on any parent, folks. Any parent. I couldn't handle this. I know I couldn't, and I could speak for just about anybody in here, but
I don't think the media is
it would be a mess.
There was some media out here yesterday, but I don't.
There's Cassie. Well, hello.
I didn't see any media out here today, and it's kind of, you would think though, with a few dozen people out here searching. That
again, I want to thank every one of my mods on my
That's
team.
the story.
You guys are amazing for joining us today. Every one of you guys are in here right now, and I appreciate that so very much. You guys rock and roll.
Roll on weekends,
Keeping us going like you do. Thank you so much.
The weekend seems to me is when the media actually takes off, and there's some stories that always break over the weekend, but the media seems like once Friday hits, the media goes away to Monday morning.
That's very
my
possible,
experience. I'm not saying all media is like that, but a lot of journalists just take the weekends off. And today is Sunday, folks. Now, there are Facebook groups sent up for Sebastian, and in these Facebook groups, locals, and they do coordinations of searches. So if you are interested in coming out, I'm sure there will be subsequent searches until Sebastian is found, or until the community gets answers. Check those.
That's absolute truth, Terry. She said the Stark County Sheriff's Office said that to keep, which is a local sheriff's department in our local area here. For those of you that aren't familiar here in Ohio, said to keep doing what we are doing, but also know that authorities are not going to share a lot with us, and that's standard policy, which is true. We know from all the cases that we've covered that they will keep a lot of info and evidence that they have close to their chest and until they get what they need out of the situation. So yes, and yes, Miss Deborah Lynn, it is Palm Sunday. Wait, is today Palm Sunday? I didn't get to go to church.
I am the wrong person to ask.
Is today? I'll have to look that up. I didn't go to church today, so it very well could be. Thank you for the update, though, Deborah.
Right, is it a week before Easter? If so, then yes.
Then yeah, it is Palm Sunday. That's correct. So Friday was, oh Lord, I've missed out on days and days and days. Ugh. Sorry, guys. I just days run into each other and I lose track. Thank you, Deborah. It's good to know that. Definitely good to know that.
Groups out.
We found that earlier. I took a picture of it. It's got cologne and deodorant.
Well, with that being said, I'm hoping that no, Heather, I didn't. Thank God, I didn't realize, but I didn't.
Someone even commented that it seems like the TDI takes weekends off too, and that's interesting too.
It's good to know that I didn't too. Maybe the Lord, because of what today is, will be looking down on this, and He'll help everybody to find this young man and bring him home.
Weird.
can only
looking
pray and hope that we
picnic
can.
together.
That's another thing, guys. Say a little extra prayer if you are. Obviously, we're keeping these families in our thoughts and our prayers. Poor Seth. His shoulder is hurt. He's got blisters on his feet. He hasn't slept. This guy has been nonstop. Okay, boots on the ground looking for his child, and he needs all the emotional, mental, and physical support he can get with this. So please, if you will, keep Seth in your thoughts and prayers, and his family as well, because they're all out here doing this, guys. And I appreciate you very much
5, 6, 7.
for doing that.
They're gonna understand what they're gonna do next. What's the next?
I'll be quiet now so you can hear.
Next location. So out here, you're always going to find different things. It seems like, like blankets, and there could be people out here just coming out partying. Or,
According to Seth, he hasn't gotten any sleep.
You're always
Victoria.
going to
That's
find
why I
that
said
in wooded
that.
areas by the water. Like here's like
Not very much, I
bench
should.
here. It looks like, with this here, it makes me think, oh, it's down.
Well, I know I wouldn't
the
either.
water's right there. If somebody comes out, put a picnic bench out here, camp out here maybe. But they're drop pinning anything suspicious or anything and taking pictures. And, they'll decide what they want to do at that point.
That's right, SRB. As it would none of us, I don't believe. None of us would, anything would be able
Are
to
there
stop
caves
us.
in the area? I'm not sure if there's caves in the area.
Welcome, LLR. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. It's great to have you back.
Why do they not call for him? I know Seth was called for him before. Great question.
I said that earlier in Cluminati stream. I don't care what anybody says about Jonathan, JLR, whatever you want to call him. This man, I have to say, when it comes to these cases with these kids, he puts the work in, guys. He puts the nose to the grindstone and does his thing.
Yes,
And
he does.
He grinds on this, folks. I got mad respect for this man right now. He makes his way to where he has to get to. I wish. I mean, it's obvious that he's single and he doesn't have a lot of things he has to deal with, and that's good because of what he does. A lot of us have families and jobs and things and kids and grandkids and all sorts of things that we have to be able to, get around to do these things. He goes out and he does what he does, and that's it. And I respect that insanely. I've even gone into his chats recently and told him, thank you for what you're doing, so on and so forth. So yeah, he's doing the job. Okay. And I appreciate him. And he even made the comment, as I've stated, all of us, we're all working together at this point to bring this child home. And this is the way it should be all the time. Should have been in the beginning. And from here on out should be no matter what. We all need to work together with the resources that we have to be able to do this. Some of us can do what he's doing, what Clue is doing. Some of us can't, and we have to do it this way. And we will continue to do that. As long as we're working together, it can't be anything but good as an outcome, folks. And that's just how I feel about it. So thank you for supporting all of us as we do what we do. You guys are amazing. And again, God bless JLR for doing what he's doing. I absolutely respect and appreciate him for more than I can explain in words for doing this. He's doing a great job. So keep doing it, bro. And I appreciate you very much.
Thorns out here. Ooh.
I don't think I haven't checked on that, Victoria, but I will.
I don't know, man. I had pants and I was going to put them on, but you guys already started. I haven't got cut yet. I'm really dodging it as the best I can.
Amen, Salty. I appreciate you saying that because we do. In every case that we do, I work with Salty on certain things besides cases like this, and she works with other creators as well. Sleuthy works with different people. We all work together. And when we do that, guys, and there's no drama and there's no bullshit, that's how we get things done. So amen. And thank you for that, Salty. That means a lot.
All right, so they searched this area here, so we're moving a little fast because we're going to go up onto the railroad tracks, and they're going to meet the other group. There's other groups. I don't know how many people are here total. I know at the beginning there was 2 dozen here. We also put about
I counted this morning the whole day. Okay.
17 or 18 before we left.
Is that you, Clue?
It's me.
There you are. You made it home.
We did.
So what? I'm guessing your battery died, right?
Yeah.
That's what I figured. You guys were out like hauling for a while today, so plus, and again, since I'm talking to you live, like thank you for what you guys have been doing. You guys have been doing amazing work, and I really, really appreciate that, as does everybody else I know. It's just there's not even words for it. So like at this point that we're watching here, obviously you guys had left at this point, like this is a very hugely highly wooded area, right?
Yeah. So I have to answer Heather. Yes. Fiance fanboyed over JLR. 100%. The
I think
area.
we all probably would
So
have
we got
anyway.
there obviously late, and everybody was still in that area. And there's been an area that fiance wanted to check out. So he asked Seth if he thought there was like any merit to doing that. And he said, yeah. So we went a separate way northeast of their home. It's outside of the search grid. And we ran into a guy, lived out there. He put a flyer up on the little church and let us search the land across from his house. We searched that. And then fiance went all in the thickets and stuff, and he didn't find anything there. But then we came back, and I guess everybody was having lunch or whatever. And basically everybody was waiting all day for them to open the building.
Mm-hmm.
That it's like we thought it was an abandoned building, which I mean, I guess the guy said that they do use it and they are there every day.
Yeah.
So they finally came and opened that building.
And obviously there's nothing.
No. And I walked behind it, and they did find some clothes out there.
Did they match up to anything that had been spoken about that you know of?
I think they said Seth said that the shirt and stuff would maybe not be the right size, but like the underwear possibly could be. Yeah. Undergarments possibly could be. We also, I will say this. I learned today the power of YouTube 110-fold, because there were 2 people, or one guy who showed up because he was watching JLR.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he told us about a creek that he goes in and finds artifacts or whatever. And then there was another lady who showed up, and she saw us at the McDonald's getting lunch.
Yeah.
And she said, I know exactly where that is. And she got in her car.
Yeah, this was after the phone had died.
Yeah.
She showed up.
She knew the McDonald's and came down to the area. She's actually going back out there tomorrow morning.
And I agree. That's what I was saying, guys. This platform is so important because we're everywhere with this platform, and we're all spreading this and sharing this all over the place. And there it is. That's the power of YouTube, is a great way to put it, because it helps in so many ways, because people are watching this and going, it's amazing. I love it. And it works.
Let me tell y'all though, I'm a little disappointed because a lady pulled up there. We had just gotten back, and a lady pulls up, and she's like, there's this blanket, this just like regular old blanket. She had a picture of it, and she's like,
I heard about that.
In the parking lot of the Tractor Supply. And she said, I didn't touch it. I didn't go near it. She's like, but the area around it is kind of like wooded or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So we're like, we'll go pick it up right now. And they gave us a glove and a bag, because anything they find, they're bagging up and giving to TBI.
Right.
But she said, I'm not kidding. She said that she called law enforcement and sat there for like 45 minutes waiting on them to get there.
See.
And never showed up.
And
They're-
they're in the area.
They are sitting in the
Yeah,
area.
there's like 3 of them just swarming that immediate area around there out on the main road. And it's like, I mean, one of y'all couldn't have just driven a quarter mile to respond to this situation.
Yeah, because we passed a cop leaving, and he literally would have just had to go across the street.
Yeah.
See, that tells me one of two things. Either the urgency is not where it should be, or they know something that they're not putting out there that means nothing
Yep,
to them.
me too.
Okay.
I hate to say that because of Seth. Like
Agreed.
if you guys met him, you would understand. Like he is just so hopeful. Like he is like the epitome of like a good dad. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And you hate to have that sort of mentality about it, but I'm with you, Dago. Like it's almost like they know something.
I think they do. I hate to say this, you guys, and I've come to a realization basically in the past 24 hours. I'm not going to be happy with the outcome of this. I feel already. Okay. And I'm trying to be realistic here. I've been saying, I think it's this, I think it's that. I because I don't want to believe what I feel like it might actually be. Welcome, Avatar. Thank you for joining us. But we have to be realistic at this point in time for how long it's been. We have to be ready to be able to accept that it very well could be something that we don't want to hear. Okay.
Exactly.
And I think we're all at that point. I know Clue has stated that the other day that she's like, we got to be real, folks. We got to be like, we got to understand that it could be that answer. It's been too long. That's the thing. Okay. Now there is another option. Okay. And I'm stuck. I got that back here. That's still in there, that he is safe and sound and he's with somebody else. And there's another scenario going on, but the way that law enforcement is reacting to this,
Yeah,
tells me kind of a little bit of a different story. That's all I'm saying.
especially with that last statement saying that our investigation may not be public or visible.
Yes. And that says a lot right there in itself. Okay. We're going on a month, Cynthia, that he's been missing. Literally almost
A month today, a month
Yeah.
tonight.
Mhm.
I thought it was going to be within the next day, but yeah. Okay. So it is. Yeah. It's the 24th, 25th, tomorrow, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow will be the 4-week point of when he was reported missing.
And that's a long time, first of all. And this is, again, I'm not trying to be cruel, mean, or insensitive, but for a child to be out in the elements by himself, an autistic child that's on medication that hasn't had it in a 30-day period of time, we got to be realistic, guys. It's not survivable. Okay.
I agree with Salty. Even if someone has him right now, I don't think he's quote unquote safe.
And that's the other side of it too. And yeah, Salty, you're absolutely right.
Aren't Chris and Katie supposed to do an interview with Nancy Grace tomorrow night?
Yeah, that was the other side. They did say that they agreed. I heard out there people talking saying that they did agree to go on Nancy Grace. And
Finally,
the crazy part was this morning when we got up and move in and everything and got the daughter off or whatever, we went by the church that they said that they frequent.
Yeah.
And they weren't in the church parking lot. So then we go by their house and I noticed that the truck is backed up and hooked up to the camper.
Mm-hmm.
The garage door was open. You could see Katie's car. And literally no longer than it took us to drive to the spot where everybody was searching, they had left together. He left in the truck, I guess, with the camper behind him, and she left following him.
So is he going to, and this is the thing, guys, we don't know, but could he be going, because he takes that camper when he goes to different job sites because he lives out of it. Is that what's going on? And did she follow him to go stay with him there to get out of the area, or is something else going on? We don't know. That's the problem.
And some people there were saying that he's actually not allowed back at that work site.
I've heard that too.
Because of JLR showing up there?
No, because of what's going on.
Yeah, the situation.
Got you. Okay. Yeah. That makes
I don't know if that's true, right? Like, again, I hate to say things like that, but
right. I agree. Because there's a lot of things we've heard, and then we get like she gets it, I get it. Other creators get things that some people don't get right away, and we kind of hold on to certain things because we don't want to put things out to interfere with anything that could be going on. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I've
Yes.
had things sent to me for the past week that I'm not going to talk about because I don't have any concrete proof of it. And we don't want to interfere with the investigation, possibly mess certain things up, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. So, that's kind of what I'm saying. There's a lot of rumors and a lot of speculation that's out there. That's true, Victoria, a whole lot. Now I have my own feelings. There was somebody that did pop in though, Clue. I don't know if you saw that. It was in your chat earlier. Brittany, she lives 2 houses down from the Proudfoots.
Oh
And
no, I didn't see it.
yeah, she said that there's somebody there in that house still, even after the camper and all that stuff left.
Really?
And yeah, so is there somebody staying in the house while they're gone, or did he leave on his own and Katie stayed, or like what's the deal? That's weird.
That is true. I would like to know how they know that she followed him.
Mhm.
I wish we would have stayed on everything I have. I wish if I'd have known it was gonna be that fast, I almost stayed anyway because we've been waiting
Yeah,
to catch him outside just to be like, can we speak to you? You know what I mean?
100%. Yes. I don't think he's gonna
Go
go.
check Clue.
That's a
Yeah.
good
We
point,
will.
Willow's mama.
We're gonna go. We'll go by there tonight and see if there are lights on.
Yeah. And again, whoever asked that, there was a lady that was in Cluminati's chat earlier by the name of Brittany. She's been in here a few times, and she stated certain things that she knows that she ended up being right about, and she said that she lives 2 doors down from the Proudfoot household. So that would be a very good explanation of what the house is. So I don't know. I'm curious. I really am curious. Now I was following Katie's Facebook page, and it to me, and I think JLR even kind of like pointed this out. It states, and it almost looks as if that they were stating that they were involved in this search. They haven't showed up anywhere. They didn't show up at NASDAQ yesterday with Seth. They haven't showed up at this stuff at all. So I don't know what's going on, what she's saying or claiming or what it is. It doesn't make sense. So
From
I
Sebastian's house, we're probably like 7 miles, 10 maybe.
Yeah,
It's really like we can get there in a grip. It doesn't take, especially with no traffic. We're literally right there. But
right.
I mean, God knows we've been by there enough. Apparently, he called me a stalker.
I wonder what.
Oh, Kim just said he also gave an interview in a crane, and allegedly that's against union rules.
Yes, I thought the
Oh.
same thing.
That's it. Yeah, that I remember
thought the
hearing his
same
radio.
thing. Yes, you could hear it. You could hear the people on the radio, and then you could hear the boop, 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 boop,
Well,
boop, 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 boop.
he said right now I'm 300 feet in the air at Vanderbilt University.
Like OSHA
Yeah.
should have his company's rear end or whatever company
yeah.
is responsible for. Because let me tell you something, okay? I've been out there at Vanderbilt when that crane that he would have been on is running. And let me tell you, when you walk out to go smoke, you're right up underneath anything that they're moving around.
Yeah,
If
absolutely.
it's the same one.
Absolutely. Yeah, so that could be something that could be why he's not allowed back there, which is like, well, okay. I don't know.
Well, that's a different job, though.
Oh, okay. See, I was I just completely messed that up. Sorry about that. I know.
The other night he said he was filling in for a crane operator at Vanderbilt, but he normally works at the hospital in Memphis.
They just probably don't want the publicity around their work site and people knowing that it's going on, media coming and streaming at that site there and bringing people in. They probably don't want that publicity. I'll be honest with you guys, because it could be dangerous to other people. So, and yeah, OSHA does have laws. Willow's right. They have a lot of laws and stuff like that. My son is a roofer. He works for a corporate, like a commercial company. And they do like big, like flat roofs and stuff, and they're not allowed to do anything like that. So OSHA has a lot of rules that he's got to follow, he told me. So it could be something along those lines as well. I don't know. Does that train stop in that area, Cluminati? Carolyn's asking. I don't know. Do you know anything about the train schedules and stuff by that clue?
Yeah, so where we were searching today, that building, the train actually came by right before everybody cut out.
Yeah,
Okay.
as far as stopping, I don't, it stops all at different places all throughout here, but I mean, it's not a passenger type train, right? It's more commercial type of
Well,
haul and stuff. But I think I get.
this
I
is
think
a good point. I don't know if you guys are familiar. There's another case that we covered a year or so ago, a little bit more than a year, of a young guy that went missing. And one of the theories was about there was a train that went through there. Molly followed this one really close too, as did Mama Bear and I, and a few other people. But one of the theories was that somebody threw him, unalived him, and then threw his body on the train as it was passing by. And it could have ended up anywhere at that point. That's why they couldn't find anything. So I think that's another reason why people are asking about the trains. So welcome, Melissa. Thank you for joining us.
to
I
me,
just,
the biggest question I've got, right? If he didn't walk out of that house, why? Well, I mean, I guess I understand why law enforcement wouldn't put it out, but I could see how he could walk out of that house and not be caught on camera if he went a certain way, but I can't see how any vehicle left that house or that immediate area and not been caught on camera.
yeah.
So to me, it's almost a situation of if they have something that indicates some vehicle left, maybe that's why there's such a push for everybody to just chill out, search your own properties, and they're
Yeah.
not responding to stuff too much, right?
Well, yeah. And I don't think they want the jumble of people all over the place because we don't know what they're doing and where they're doing it. And that could be interrupting parts of their investigation, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? So I think that's why they're kind of directing people to check your yards, check your properties, do this, and let us handle this. So I know what you're saying, 100%. Either
It's
way,
it's crazy to me. Like I don't know. I don't understand. I can't I can't get past the feeling that they know something.
I agree. I agree. I do.
Like, and they know that the searches are just going to be
It void.
unfruitful, right?
Yes, it's a waste of time in some senses. I feel that way too, and I almost wonder because I know law enforcement does things like this. I wonder if they're allowing for Seth and the people here to do what they're doing to keep them busy, to kind of keep them off and out of the way while they do what they're doing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know that they can necessarily stop Seth or
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's true too. But
As
they're
long as they're not on certain properties or
yeah,
they're
not
getting permission, right?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't get the impression that law enforcement is assisting Seth or any of this effort
no.
at all. But yeah, I mean, it's
What I'm saying is it's kind of keeping Seth occupied and the people over here occupied doing this while we don't know they could be over here doing something completely different, and it's keeping everybody out of their face and out of their way while they're doing their investigation. You
I
see what I'm
will say, oh, sorry.
saying? Oh, you're okay. Go ahead.
Moonlit, baby, after last night, so like there was this whole big in Idaho, right? That Brian drove back by the house at 9 o'clock, right? To see the carnage he caused, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last night, so this area right here that is on the screen, this where the search, like everybody was at today.
Right, right.
If you go to the end of the street and you literally go across the street and you turn in to the left, there's a
Mhm.
place called Center Point Barbecue.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that. Right.
That's where Chris and Katie were seen. Someone took a picture of them eating barbecue last night while the search was ending or wrapping up.
Is
And
that the same?
it's almost like you guys, that's a bold thing to me. There's a lot of places to eat around here.
Right, but let me ask this: did you guys remember if that was the same place that Katie went the night that he went missing?
I don't know that we know for sure where she went to dinner with him that night.
I thought it was a roadhouse, like a Texas.
I've heard that too. but
Molly
I don't
says
know.
the pink pig. Is there something about a pink pig?
Yeah, there's pink pigs on the window, but
I heard you
so
talking about that. Yeah.
a lady we met out there, the one that actually called called the police about the blanket,
Right.
she has watched I guess it's a psychic or something, and the psychic gave the numbers like 412, a pink pig, da 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 da. Well, there is a highway 412 here, and it runs up to like a huge giant pig farm.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I don't know if you guys are familiar with pigs, and I don't even want to go into this, but
Yeah, we were talking about it out there a little bit. Like if it
I
the I mean if that's possibly where that person
yes,
took, I mean there's you never find anything.
nothing at all. That's sad. It's all right, Mama Bear. And not God. Oh my God. Okay.
I will say this: Seth's obviously got his feelings and his opinions, but that man, you can tell, he's still got hope. 100%. You can tell.
Yeah. As a parent, Cletus, I mean, who wouldn't? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I even as a parent, I would have to say that even as not being Seth's father or a parent, I have hope. I think we all want to. And I pray that he can hold on to that for as long as he can, and maybe something will come out of that too. I'm hoping to God something good. You guys, I'm not saying that I feel like this is going to end bad, and then I'm just settling with that. I'm just saying I'm getting myself ready just in case, and I'm still praying to God that it doesn't end bad. That's all.
Well, I mean, I know I've got my own doubts as well, right? I'm right there with
Yeah.
you, but I don't know. To me, it's being there firsthand and seeing him and seeing like when that guy opened that building and
Mhm.
the rush that Seth had to get in there. I mean, you could just see he's just waiting, right? And it's like that I don't know. It fuels the fire to help him
Yeah.
and hunt for sure because I don't know.
I don't know, and I agree. Doodle's probably right at this point. That is probably all he can do to hold on to sanity to keep this going in a good position. You know what I mean? So
Well, and for me, I kind of look at it probably too in like the worst light ever, but at the same time, there is also for me that kind of mentality of if you don't find him, someone may never be brought to justice for this.
Right.
No
yeah,
matter what state you
yes,
find him in.
yes.
Like I mean, we've already seen like Summer Wells, like there's
That's what
nobody.
I'm. Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's what I'm scared to death of with this. I don't want this to turn into another Summer Wells case. It can't. Because at this point, for as long as Summer has been missing, you guys have followed it. We've all followed this. I don't think there's ever going to be an answer to Summer's case.
Did they ever officially clear
The
the
parents.
parents with Summer Wells' case?
No, they never had a full, like an actual on point. I'm pretty sure that there was never. Molly knows like everything about that case. And I followed it really close too, but I'm pretty sure there was never ever a actual like legal clearing of them, for lack of better terms.
Okay.
I think it's
Logic, I'm with you on the cement thing. Him describing that the other night was just like,
what the hell, right? Where'd that even come from?
especially after saying like the thought that he would be in cement is just crazy. And it's like, but you go into how you pour it and how you.
Right. That was nuts for me too. Hold on one second, Mama Bear. You still here? Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back.
I'm here.
God, it's just so much ground to cover.
Oh my gosh, I know.
It's insane.
Like when you look at it on the map, you're like, oh, it's doable. And then you get out there and you're like, I'm tired.
Well, and it's that one spot we stopped at, and just for whatever reason, this is the place to pull in and see what's going on. And thinking about that field, that we were walking through, and it's like that's just one little dot on the map,
Yeah.
and it's like,
Mhm.
oh my god, man, there's so much ground to cover.
The timeline on Sebastian.
Yeah.
So he went missing on the 26th, sometime between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. 8 days into it, the law enforcement around here said they were scaling back the search and they were moving into an investigation. They searched a landfill in Kentucky because that's allegedly where all of the trash from the Proudfoot home went. Supposedly they didn't find anything, which was really also super weird to everyone because it's like we watched Quentin Simon, I know I did, and it was like they took like 3 weeks in that landfill.
Yes, they did.
Absolutely. And they only spent what, 24, 48 hours for this case there?
Heck
Yeah.
no, they spent like 7.
Oh,
So, yeah, that was definitely a huge difference. They had like 100 people at that landfill for Simon, and like you said, weeks, and then they were there for just that one day, and so there must not have been like a very good. Maybe it really was just their protocol to do that, but something's off with that. Still, I agree.
And I mean, there's even rumors around that like maybe they did spend a longer time there, which I will say I've heard personally that was a leak.
Yeah,
That
I have
searching
heard
that
that too.
landfill was a leak and no one was supposed to know. And Nick Barris got a hold of it from News Channel 5.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why that's the only place, the only media outlet who had coverage of it. And they only went out there for one day. So, truth be told, we don't truly know that they didn't just tell the public we're done here and they've
Yeah.
been continually searching.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Oh, yeah, this is it. That pink pig.
Yeah, this is Molly's great with these maps. So this is the home in Hendersonville. If you come on down here to this area here near Hurricane Mills, it's called on 13. This is where the pink pig is, so on and so forth. Move on past there, and this takes you. It's halfway basically between their home and Memphis. So it's interesting. I'll just put it that way. It's interesting. 3 hours and 49 minutes is the time allotment for that. So thank you, Molly. That's a really good job there, as always.
Screen name something Nashville that said
Um,
FYI.
If it was during the live earlier, I have no idea because I couldn't see half of them. They were going by so quick.
Oh, yeah.
This is the place right here. I take it, Hot's Barbecue.
So that's I don't know where that's at. Actually.
Lobelville?
Oh, okay, yeah, that would be about where that's at on that map for sure. So
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Good stuff, Molly. So yeah, it seems to be about halfway between that and Memphis, you know, their house in Memphis. So that's a good point. Good point.
Well, and there's 2 pink pigs in the area, right? One at that barbecue place right at the end of the street where everybody was searching today, and then there's one at a muffler shop about 10 miles from there. That's right next to a park as well in Gallatin.
Got you. Yeah, Teresa's saying that it's in your live stream that you had earlier before the phone died. Good point. Good point. And Doodle's pretty sure that they're gonna head back to that landfill, in her opinion, with probably cadaver dogs. Which would be telling in itself. That would tell its own story right there. So
That's what's crazy. I don't remember them even having dogs the first time they searched.
they didn't. That's the thing. That they, at least if they did, they didn't mention it. But that's obvious that if they head back to that landfill and they have dogs, that's going to tell a story by itself. So
Yeah, Tomboy, that was super sketch. And she's talking about in my live I did yesterday, last night. Like, somebody came in there and just dropped these coordinates. And then all of a sudden they were gone. But we did look into them and reported to TVI. So Seth said it was something, or his buddy that was out there said it was definitely something that is at least worth reporting, because they were very adamant. They
Well,
dropped them like that's all they would say too. It's just.
And another thing that was weird about that conversation when I was talking to him about that is he said that, but he also said if you've got any connections in the area, it would be worth having somebody look into it. And I'm sitting here thinking, because that was what he said first, right? And it's like the TBI didn't even come out of his mouth until after all of that. And I'm just sitting here like, I don't know. I was really attentive to that today after some of the stuff we heard about, why is it really seeming like law enforcement's not taking this
Yeah,
seriously with what people are searching and providing, I mean,
it's
maybe
frustrating.
there's a good reason, but it's a little frustrating for sure.
No, but listen, guys, cadaver dogs are not breeds. Okay, there's dogs that they use for sniffing out people. Okay, they'll give them a scent, they go sniff out the person, and then there's dogs that they call them cadaver dogs because they're sniffing for a deceased body. Okay, that's a whole different scenario there. They used cadaver dogs in the Summer Wells case multiple times. Other dogs like bloodhounds, we'll just go with those. They're looking for a person that is alive and doing their thing typically. Okay, or the scent of that person to get to to track that person. Cadaver dogs are just what they're called, cadaver. They're looking for deceased human remains.
Well, and they can be trained for both.
Yeah, they can be trained for both. That's true. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just telling you, they're not breeds of dogs. They're types of trained dogs, is what that means. I seen somebody say something about a breed, and I'm like, no. The training is different, but like Clue said, as we found that out in another case too, a while back, that they can be trained to do both and or other things too. So,
And it's not only limited to dogs.
yeah.
They have horses and other animals that are trained to sniff
Yeah.
out that stuff.
100%. Thank you, Clue. Do you know that in Ohio they have a cat through the Ohio State Patrol that sniffs out drugs?
That's awesome.
Oh, you know what? Animals are very keen to
Yes.
things like that, because I remember this cat in a nursing home one time, and before our patients would pass, they would the cat would go in their room and just sit on bed with them, and it would be hours
Yeah.
and gone.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I've heard of that before. It's pretty wild. Animals are amazing, guys. They are absolutely amazing. Canine dogs. Oh, he's probably forgetting what it was, which happens. It's got a lot going on, so I get it. Gray. Yeah, they absolutely viprin. They can find human blood, bone, flesh, and so on. And they can sniff into. They use dogs in the Summer Wells case that can sniff in water, folks. They can get a scent in water, like underwater, which is weird to me. And some of these dogs, I think that, and I may be wrong. Somebody fix me if I'm wrong, but when I did the research on the dogs I was looking for, they can sniff like 6 feet into the ground, which is insane to me. You can dig a hole. They can smell below the earth 6 feet underground, which is crazy to me. But the training is amazing that they put these dogs through and these animals, and period. So animals can smell human emotion based on. Oh, that's fact, Skinny. That is absolute fact. That's why animals know. Like if they see you crying, that's how they train. What are those called? Service dogs, to help people that are going through certain things. The dog will see you kind of getting sad or upset. It comes over to cheer you up and will sit with you and things like that. It's not that they smell it, it's that they sense it. They sense your emotional change. There's dogs that are trained for people that have seizures. They know when you're going to have a seizure, and that dog comes over there and lays on you. It's crazy, guys. I've seen this shit happen. It's great. Do you, or who just asked that question?
Golf, he hasn't been.
When was the last time?
The 25th,
Yeah.
right?
Allegedly, yes. So allegedly on the day he went missing, the mom, Katie, says that they went somewhere in that morning and she picked up their niece, or Chris's niece,
Yeah.
and then dropped
Yeah.
her off, and then they went to dinner, and then they went home.
Right.
So I don't know if the niece has been interviewed. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know.
I would
There's
like to hear an interview with her, to be honest with you, and to
yes,
see a visual interview with that niece, just because I'd like to see how she reacts to questions.
I'm
one. I'd
wondering
like
how
to
old
know.
she is.
Right, that's I was about to say that, Mama Bear. How
Sorry.
old is she?
Yeah.
Say that again, because I think you guys said it at the same time.
We're both wondering how old she is.
Oh, big time for sure. There's a lot of questions I think every one of us has that we just cannot get past. Okay, and a lot of issues along with these questions that the questions aren't being answered the right way. First of all, we've seen I don't know how many interviews, and every time I watch an interview, I sit and watch the interview 100 different times to try to analyze it, and it still just does not fit right with me.
I just don't like some of the verbiage she uses. It could just be me being overly critical, but I don't the main things that I hear that bother me are we had a good day actually.
Yes,
And
like
then
thank
Mhm.
you.
and then when they every time they say, what would you say if Sebastian's listening, what would you want him to hear? And it's you're not in trouble. You're not in trouble.
Yep. Those were the same. I think we talked about that before because we had the same feelings about the same questions and the same reactions too. Why was the emphasis put on that? We actually had a good day. It was actually a good day. And the way she said it as if there's not normally good days. Okay.
Right. Like
So Dagos, may I ask one thing? Why does the stepdad have time to search JLR, but they don't have time to search for his stepson? I don't. Well,
That's the million
yeah,
dollar question.
yeah, that's a good question. I can agree with that. And no, there's no siblings. Thank you, Clue. I saw that too. There, Christopher has a daughter that does not live in that home. That's another thing I have. I
Mhm.
mean, I don't want to get into their personal business nor their personal issues, but he stressed that in the beginning that there's a reason why the family all knows about it, but it's just not one of them things that they want to put out. Okay, did something happen? Because that's what you made it sound like. So
I agree.
you know, I was always curious about that, and if that had anything to do with this. So I don't like to go into extreme speculation over this stuff because it causes issues at times, and I don't want that to be a problem for this. But we want to stick to facts, guys, as much as we can get. There's so much rumor and speculation. Hey, Jingles, welcome back.
I don't know. We have it the worst. Not we have it the worst, but the worst for us is nighttime. Like when we're going to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, we spent I don't know 20 to 30 minutes last night because somebody told me to watch this interview. I watched the interview,
Yeah.
and we spent 20 to 30 minutes trying to do the math on this one question that someone asked. They said, you said that you came into Sebastian's life when he was 7 to 8 years old. Your daughter is 6.
Yep.
How does this work out?
Did
Like
that work out? That I thank you. I was trying to figure that timeline out myself.
it could work.
Well, so
Maybe.
it was in reference to did she was she cheat? I think the question was kind of geared toward did she cheat on Seth with Chris?
Him. Yeah.
And what it boils down to, I think the way we figured it out was that it doesn't necessarily imply that, but it's hard to say her and Chris hadn't met before Chris's child was born.
But still,
Yeah.
like there's a difference in you meeting someone and that person meeting your kid.
Right. Yeah.
And that's the other thing is Seth did make a statement at one point stating that they were together before him and her were divorced. We all heard that. Okay.
Right. CL 2 years. She also said that they were together 2 years before they got married. I thought it was 3, but I guess I'm wrong and it was 2.
Yeah, I think it was 2 as well. That's what I remember seeing.
They had been separated for
2 years before they got married.
Well, they didn't get married. She said they had been separated for 2 years before she met Chris.
Right.
And then it was 3 years after the divorce before they got married.
Which would make that 2020.
Right. So The math
And listen,
is that they met in 2015, right?
Yeah.
So
that exactly. And one thing, guys, understand. Jingles,
Terrifying.
I'm not saying you're wrong, Jingles. A lot of people have said this. I'm not sure that Sebastian ever made it home that night. He went missing. Has it been proven? I mean, well, okay. Here's the thing. We got to remember this always. Law enforcement has looked at any video. They've looked at any video anywhere, bowling alley, restaurant, at the home, around the home, so on and so forth. They're not putting out that they didn't see him come home that night. If that was the case, I think it would have been part of the initial opening of the investigation when they put out the flyer stating that he was last seen at this time, this place, by this person, so on and so forth. And they haven't done that. So we got to listen to what they're saying before we listen to anything else that anybody else is saying.
well, the one thing about that I cannot overlook is that 7 or 8 days into this, they go from this massive search to now. I mean, I don't know where they're searching,
I ain't
but
seen
it's
nobody.
not there ain't nobody in the area, right? And
Right.
there's got to be a reason for that. And 7 days in, if you just think about how long it could take or what makes sense, I mean,
Yeah.
we gathered a whole bunch of footage, a whole bunch of information. And to me, it almost says that there's got to be something they identified at that point
Right.
that made them stop searching. But
I agree with that, Cletus, sorry. Because you don't go like basically overnight from this is what we're doing to now this is what we're doing without some kind of a trigger for that. You know what I mean? So I agree with you on that wholeheartedly. And yeah, going back to what I started to highlight that Salty brought up the Gannon Stouch case. It does have a lot of the same coattails of that, if you could put it that way. It reminds me of that in some senses. It really does.
I wish if someone had video of him taking the trash out, they would
Absolutely.
post it. I wish they would just
Right.
put it up.
right, yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. They may not be able to. If law enforcement's not allowing them, we don't know because
No, but
Chris
they
has said
can't tell you what to do with your own footage. They can't
property.
tell you what to do with that.
that's true. That is true. I can agree with that. Kudos to Clue and her much better half. Well, I didn't say that. Easy now, Lou. Oh,
Right? I
ooh,
was like,
They got
wow.
that backwards.
That's not true. He is the better half.
Negative.
teasing. Oh, you guys are funny. Hold
I
on a
just
minute.
wish whoever has footage would either like put
Yeah.
a little snippet up of it, you know what I mean? Or come out and say like, yeah, I saw him taking the trash out.
100%. Just put it out there so everybody can know this was seen or wasn't seen.
I think.
I agree with that. I do. Hold on a minute. There's a link in chat there, Golf. Actually, there's a couple of them now. I didn't see the other one. Do you guys okay? So like when you guys were out doing the search in this area, what did you like? What did you feel about that area?
I think there's a lot like in this particular spot, especially behind the place. Holy crap. Like there's all kinds of big metal tubes and like there's even roofs that you can get up on there's ladders where you can get up on the roof. Now fiance climbed the ladder and looked up on top of the roof, but there's all these metal, they're like pipes or something, they're massive. Like,
Right.
there's a lot of places
Well,
a little kid.
Are they like drainage tubes?
Yeah, but they're just sitting out back.
Oh.
there's
It's
enough.
on the footage somewhere, but
There's enough that even after spending all day today, they're going back again tomorrow morning and meeting right here in the same spot and searching this area and that Rockland recreation area again tomorrow. Like that's how many places there could be.
it's very deserted. Like it's a lot of people. Like there was two people that pulled up and they're, right down the road from the area, and they were like, we didn't even know this existed down here. This building or whatever. So I mean, and from what I gather, they don't. Maybe they do still manufacture stuff out of that. I don't know. I couldn't really get it.
Yeah, whatever they do at this business, they still operated, and this road is private property. But I remember the husband of Sebastian's godmother or whatever said that he was sitting there and said that he looked it up and he said, "I'll be damned, this is private property, even this road."
Really?
Yeah. So
Huh.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Golf.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. So I had that question about the timeline of when Sebastian was last seen, but I have another one in relation to that. When was he last in school? Was it that Friday, or do you know if he showed up for school on that Friday?
somebody said that Friday he was in school, but I don't know that that's anything official.
Okay.
So
So
not
that
like LE, but just
I don't
around
think
the.
I've heard law enforcement say it, but I have heard that at some point.
mhm. And the parents never said anything in any of those interviews that they put out there about that.
No, and you know what? I don't think anyone's asked.
Okay. All right. So that begs next question.
Yeah, that's
Good
Because
point. That's a
yeah,
good.
because I would, I'm just new. I mean, I'm not new to this case. I know about this missing child forever, but like these are the questions that hit me. And also, why is that stepdad speaking for the family? That boy has a father.
Mhm.
So when they do all these interviews, I don't think that's fair to Sebastian's father to have that man speak for the family.
Right. I can agree with that one. I've always had that question. So real quick here, this date on here, the 2016,
Yeah.
does that fit into the timeline with the dates for that what we were talking about here a few minutes ago?
Well, that would
Well,
be
someone said, I could swear she said last night 2017, or no, someone asked the question 2017. So we'd have to do this math, and y'all know that is not my strong suit.
Mine either.
I absolutely
Oh,
hate
let me
that
check
the
something.
date.
Hold on.
I absolutely hate that the date is exactly 8 years
Oh my God.
prior to the day he went missing.
Oh,
Okay, so this is
that's
2012.
creepy.
That's really weird.
What did you say, Cletus?
The date that they filed this paperwork, she filed, is 8 years to the, go back to the other one.
Hold on a minute. I
It's
gotta pull it
8 years to the day from him going missing. He went missing on February 26th.
Oh shit, that's right. Hold on a minute. I just clicked on the wrong thing. Give me a second here.
Somebody
Here we
with numerology or whatever has got to be all over that. Like I don't know. That's just
Yeah,
a
right.
wild coincidence, right? Like that's
February 26th of 2017. Oh my god. 2016, I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah, that's like, and she filed.
Yeah.
She's the plaintiff. That's freaking creepy. I'm
That
sorry.
is very, very creepy. I do agree. The date, I'm not the numerology type person, but you can't miss it. I mean, it's there. You know what I mean? That's definitely strange.
There are no coincidences usually.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Golf. I've never been a fan of coincidence and true crime. It does happen, very rarely, in my opinion. I'll just say that much. So this is
Yeah, and this
August
is,
22nd of 2012.
this was his third wife.
and you know what? I want to go back and listen to the names of the wives he named off.
Yeah. Oh my God, I had those memorized. There's Stephanie.
No, Stephanie was the second one. Rachel was the
Second.
third one,
Rachel was the one that everybody made a big deal about, right?
and then Nina or something was number.
Yeah, he
4.
said Nina.
Was number
Nina.
4.
Yep.
Is that the one with the kid, or is it
Yeah,
Rachel?
that's the
That's
one.
the one with his daughter.
Child with was Nina.
Okay.
Damn it.
Oh Lord, this man should really. Well, no, he should keep talking. He should probably keep talking.
Well, I think as Cletus said that 2 weeks ago, like he needs to stop talking because he's doing nothing but making this worse for him. But
I'm going to tell y'all, though, from day one, like, I know that y'all think I sound insane, but 5 marriages, we literally have a friend who mimics this guy's story. And I'm telling y'all right now, it ain't him. He does not have an issue.
the only thing I have a thing with him is I feel like, and I said this once before. Wait a minute. These were both in the same county, by the way. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and see, that is not Nina.
Right.
No,
The
Deborah.
name is not Nina. Like that kind of run through me last night when I heard that. Unless
Fernina.
that's a nickname.
It is because look, Fernina Gomez.
Oh, okay, okay.
All right.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I just shortened
Yeah.
it down because saying Fernina all day long would be get old. I get that. Shit, what was I gonna say now? I just lost. Thank you, Molly. That's a good point out.
So I have a question
We'll ask
while
away.
you're thinking. So everybody keeps saying a 3-hour phone call. I just want to make sure there wasn't a 3-hour phone call. It was a 3-way phone call, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a 3-way phone call between, which still bugs me too.
Well, there's both.
Yeah, they were on the phone for quite a long. I think it was 2 hours.
Well, if they called it 9:46 to 12, it was like 2.5. You might as well say.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when she called, that was the night before, and when she heard the noise, said, "I don't care what you're doing, go to bed." Okay. Then she calls him back and says, "I can't find him," and he calls the police 3-way. Why?
Oh, this little girl that was out there today kind of she pulled back any kind of wool I had over my eyes because that's always been a question that fiance and I have wondered to an extent. Like I'm trying to tell you right now, if I called the police where we are, 911, the city cops, they would not respond because just like Chris says, they live outside of the city. We live in what's called the county. So
Yeah.
the sheriff deputy shows up at your house. And he said that's why he called the sheriff because they're just going to go into a little queue and then they're just going to dispatch your call back over to the sheriff deputy. However,
Gotcha.
this little girl that was out there today, she piped up when we were talking about this, about calling the sheriff and not the cops. She was like, it won't be recorded.
Really?
Interesting.
Yeah, the sheriff deputy, they don't record your call.
Yeah, if you just call the number to the sheriff's line, it's like a non-emergency type of thing.
That's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So your child goes missing and you call a non-emergency line that is not recorded.
It's
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. I mean,
Yeah.
you can do it not thinking like, okay, let's call the sheriff. We don't know if this is an emergency, right?
Well, the problem I have with the whole not thinking is Chris addressed that on an interview we watched, I think last night, and he explains, and I think he's explained this a couple of times, is that, I'm going to go directly to the source, and it's like, while I get that, do you have the sheriff's number programmed in your phone? Because
I do.
911 would be the easiest thing to call. So
But
yeah.
I have the sheriff's number in my phone just because I know the city cops ain't coming out here. Like
the non-emergency number or 911?
No, it's not a 911. It's just the sheriff department. Like when our kid got herself stuck in handcuffs, and I had to call them.
Ask.
She was watching a YouTube video, thought she could get herself out like Houdini. It didn't work, and we didn't have the key. So we had to call. And I remember calling the sheriff and not 911.
Sure. Got you.
But and also in Nashville, let me just say that people are trying to call 911 at times and they cannot get through. So there's another reason for it.
Right. Could be 100%.
That I've heard plenty of people not being able to get through on 911.
I'd be down with that if that were the reason he gave, but just going off of what he said. Conscious thought of let me just call the sheriff's department instead of 911.
Correct. I was going to add to that. That should have been his to go to instead. Right. Yeah.
That's actually a good point too, MCause, about the military, because I know they both have military background. It could have been something that happened a long time ago and then became something after the fact. So who knows? This just dropped 40 minutes ago. I'm going to show you guys. It's an update on the news. I think it's probably stuff we know, but I still like to show you guys everything I can real quick. So here we go.
Tennessee's attention turns to a missing teenage boy after the discovery of a missing college student's body. Welcome again to News 2 at 5. I'm Kenley Hargett. With the body of 22-year-old Riley Strain being recovered from the Cumberland River, the United Cajun Navy says they're now shifting their search efforts about 25 miles away to Sumner County in hopes of locating Sebastian Rogers. That's where we find News 2's Nikki McGee. Nikki, what do those efforts look like right now?
Well, Kinley, as we head into week 4 of the search, I can tell you this is a much different scene than it was just a few weeks ago. I'm here along Long Hollow Pike, and if you can see this New Shackle Fire Department right behind me, that's where a lot of these efforts were focused just a few weeks ago. We saw hundreds of volunteers out here as well as law enforcement looking for Sebastian, but right now I am here in the front yard of his high school. This is Beach High School, and you can see signs like this right to the side of me, reminding folks not to give up hope in this search. Volunteer efforts are already on the ground for Riley Strain, and right now they're going to be diverted here to Sumner County to help search for Sebastian. Saturday, the United Cajun Navy confirmed at least part of their crews would stay here on the ground in Middle Tennessee. We're told that came at the request of Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers. Now, today I did speak with a representative from the United Cajun Navy. He says canines and drones have been deployed to help with this search. However, he couldn't share exactly where those efforts were being focused. Here's what one incident commander had to say about the search for Sebastian earlier this weekend.
First and foremost, we'd like to see Sebastian found safe and sound. You know, that's, I think everybody's hoping, that's always our hope, is to find, you know, regardless of what the evidence and circumstances might point to the contrary, our hope, and we always hold on to that hope until we find out we can't anymore, that person will be found safe and sound, returned to their family. So that's always our hope.
Now, Sebastian was last seen on Stafford Court. That's just a few streets behind me. And remember, if you have any information on where he might be, you're asked to reach out to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, or you can call 1-800-TBI-FIND. Reporting live in Sumner County, Nikki McGee at News 2.
Thank you so much, Nikki. And to keep up with the latest developments surrounding Sebastian Rogers, you can head to our website at WKRN.com.
Okay, there we go with that.
There was a I think one person from the Cajun Navy out there today. They said,
yeah, I think that guy that was, I think he
with the vest.
Yeah, I think he.
I see him with you guys. He looked like he was wearing a tactical vest, right?
Yeah, I think that's him. I'm not for sure, but I know somebody said that there was one of them.
Okay.
Out there.
Good. So, and there, I don't know if you guys have. A lot of you guys that don't follow along, like they did, they showed up for Riley Strain. And I've looked into them. These guys are good. Okay, so if they're doing it, they're gonna find him. If that's where he is, I'll just put it that way.
That and all the attention that you guys are giving them, because it puts pressure on everybody. And I think this was the same case with the Stephen who what's his name? Who drowned. Sorry, I forget. Yeah, him.
Oh, yeah.
And it was the same thing. Like, I don't think it was a coincidence that he was found when everybody was down here and putting pressure on people to actually look, right?
Yeah.
So that I wrote in private chat to Clue and Cletus that I do appreciate everybody going out there. I really, really do. Watching it, like, you know, we get to watch it, and it's fantastic. Fantastic. So my hat's down, you know, to you, Clue and Cletus, and to you, Dago, for putting attention to it, because without it, I don't know what would have happened.
Well, and that's all that we can do. Like, some of us, thank God, there are people like Clue and Cletus that can be on the ground. JLR doing what he's doing and all this. You know, I'm trying to work my way down there. If things go well, and I can be down there by Tuesday.
If I'm not wrong, I think Smiley was out there today.
Well, somebody.
I never met her.
Who was that? Miley?
Smiley.
Oh.
She gave the one interview with them where Chris was at work. He was in the crane and the radio was going off. It was on her channel, Smiley Story World, I think it's called.
Yeah. That's it.
Somebody
didn't look like her.
She didn't look like her to me either. That's why I was like, that's her. I never went up and met her, but somebody said that was her.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, she just didn't look like the lady that I watched on the thing or whatever. But I mean, it could have been her. I was gonna go up and talk, but there was like
to a lot of people, yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Sarge was calling. I didn't know if it messed it up, but
no, it's okay.
Okay.
Everything's good.
And so if she was there, then, you know, obviously credit to her too. Allegedly, they keep saying that T-Rev time is coming here, and Dolly
Yeah, Trev time. Dolly's supposed to be heading there. I seen something on his post,
and possibly Bullhorn Betty. I don't know.
And I'm with you guys on that because I'm scared to death. This is going to turn into, and I'm right there with what Cletus was saying. This doesn't need to turn into what Quentin Simon's situation was. Not at all.
It won't. I promise you.
I hope it doesn't. I can't stand and imagine thinking of people standing in with bullhorns, screaming, yelling at houses and stuff like that.
They won't let that. I promise you, they will not let that go on here.
No, I mean,
that's good to hear.
I would say if anybody's coming to help or take part in anything, they need to absolutely join that Facebook group that, you know, Seth is advocating for and help search. Like, we can all have our suspicions, but at the end of the day, none of our suspicions are going to find Sebastian. And that's what everybody that's putting attention on it needs to do. That's what he wants everybody to do, is keep his name and keep his face out there, and, you know, just spread the word and to help search if you can.
And, you know, I've thought so many times about just stopping in front of their house and walking up to the door and being like you said, if I had questions. Because I've reached out on Facebook, you're not answering. You know what I mean? If I have a way to get in contact with you, here I am. But at the same time, I'm like, I almost don't want to even talk to the guy because I feel like, I don't know. Like, I'm probably wrong. I usually am, but it just seems like he comes off in a harsh way. But I'm telling y'all right now, if this were me and fiance in this situation, everyone would literally say the exact same things about him. I'm telling y'all, I know y'all think I'm crazy, but I promise y'all, you would be saying the same things about fiance. Because it's just a way to it's like how they are around here. I don't know how to. And
I get it. I know what you're saying. And like I said earlier, my one big thing here that I have to say, if it comes down to making a statement about that, after watching how they are and how he was with Katie and so on and so forth, and I'm just going to put it like this, you take it for whatever you take it for, everybody. I feel like he would do anything that he can to support Katie in any way, shape, or form. That's all I'm saying. And you guys can turn that into whatever you want to. All I'm saying is that's how I feel about it, because I can tell by his persona how he is with her, how he was during the interviews, and I just feel like he will do anything to help her, to protect her, to stand up and stand by her in that sense. So who knows to what extent people would go to? We don't know.
And I will agree. No, fiance doesn't have CPS cases around him, but I promise y'all, like, there is a case against him that if this were us two sitting here, it would paint him in the most god-awful light you've ever seen. But it's just not true. It's not true. The words, I've been present for all of it, and none of it is truthful. What came out of that judge's mouth is complete and utter bull crap.
Well, and I think one of the things that a lot of people are looking negatively at, Chris, including myself to an extent, that he said recently was the whole ordeal about the belt, right? Sebastian with the belt.
Yes.
I don't disagree. I can completely understand where people take that and look at that as just absolutely awful, right?
Yeah,
but I do think people have got to somewhat keep reality in check with it, and that, 30 years ago, a kid getting whooped with a belt, it would not be out of the ordinary at all. And if what you said about it is in fact true, I ain't going to say whether I agree with it or not. I wasn't there, but I don't know that it's just so wild and out there that people should just be looking so harshly at that. Personally, that's just my feeling.
I don't think I agree with you there. He's not his father. He's not there to do that to that boy.
Well, that's
I agree. I will say this though. Stick toes is biologically not his, but you better believe he acts like a dad in every single way. And I never limit that.
is all good, but now it looks like, at least from the outside, from what we witnessed here, is that Sebastian has a father that really cares for him.
Right.
And so I think that's a little bit different, right? When you have someone.
Yes, you're right. And I said the other day, I have stepchildren. I don't call them that, but I have 3 children that are not biologically mine, but I raised them from very small age to now. They're adults now. And I never put my hands on them. I never physically disciplined them. I would raise my voice to them. I disciplined them. My wife told me to do this. Their own father told me to do this, and I still didn't do it because I didn't feel it was my right to physically put my hands on these children. And same with my wife with my children, even though I told her to. The thing is, some people feel that that is their place because they are a step parent, that they do it regardless. And I disagree with that. You can do certain things for disciplining without physically doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And that's my opinion.
Especially with a special needs child.
At the end of the day, with the whole situation with Chris and that happening, right? I'm still under the assumption that he was not in town.
Yeah,
So
right.
How that impacts this, I could see it as potential motive for Sebastian to run off, right? That's about as far as I can go with it, right? If Chris is the controlling, just horrible person that I think a lot of people want to interpret him as being, then that's really the only thing at this point that I'm willing to look at, is that would be the motivation he ran away.
Sure. And we've heard, I don't know by how many different sources that, quote unquote, Chris was mean to him and he didn't like him and things like that. And at the same time, we hear Chris stating, well, we had a great relationship and this and that and everything else. And then there's people that have interacted with Seth that have gotten a different, I don't want to say story, but a different, they've taken away different feelings from having conversations with Seth about things like that. So, 100%.
And it has to do with him putting himself out there. And that's a problem. Had he not done that, kept his mouth like, okay, mom, speak for her, for the son, and his father speaks for the son, right? If he had stayed in the background like he was supposed to, this would have never happened. So
100%. 100%.
I don't have time to listen to all those hours and hours and hours of interviews, but from also what I'm hearing the same things. I don't know whether or not it's true or not. I just know that he said these things, like he's using a belt on the child, which I think, being not that he's not the father, he shouldn't do. But that comes from the horse's mouth. So there we go. That's why we're discussing it.
And this is my issue, regardless of who or what or how Chris is. Why isn't Katie got her tush out there looking for her son?
Well, one thing I want to say, we can't physically tell for a fact that they haven't, but I think most of us have the understanding that they haven't gone searching. Only because we haven't seen them, we haven't heard of them being seen or being out there. That's why I think we're all going with that. I don't know for a fact, folks, that they haven't.
But didn't the mom said that they didn't because she wanted to stay home just in case he shows up?
Well, I think initially she might have mentioned that, but after that, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think, Clue? Because you guys are there and around this, and I mean, do you think they've gone out? I know I've heard. That's the
I
idea.
don't. Now, but here's the other side of that, right? We know Seth is out there because there's people that are following him, watching him go out there. I don't know of anyone who's like following and documenting what Chris and Katie do. You know what I mean?
Right.
So to say that they're not, I mean, I haven't seen them out there.
We've seen no indication of them actually doing that.
Right.
And
that's what I'm going with.
From anybody locally that they have.
And I want to say this, Tracy, again, I think that is a just amazing point. If Chris was out of town all month and it seems like he lived, you might as well say out of town.
Basically,
why would he run? Because he's scared of him. He's not even there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, I do agree with that.
That's a huge point, actually. Thank you, Tracy. That does make sense.
Well,
which we've talked about this when it comes to motive, right? Because neither, like, so Chris, say he does have a problem with Sebastian, he causes trouble in the relationship. Dude, you got a month until he's living full time with his dad. I don't see motive for you.
You're right. And see, here's my other side of this, guys. Part of one of my theories was that accidents happen. Things can happen in a situation where things get heated, somebody gets pushed or falls or something, your head gets hit, things happen, you panic, and boom, 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 boom. Not saying that's what happened. I'm not saying that's wholeheartedly what I think happened. But these things do happen sometimes, folks, and people don't know what to do. And people panic instead of doing the right thing. This is where we're at sometimes. Okay. I don't know about him having bruises. I seen somebody just state that in there. I think that Seth had talked about that at one point in time, saying, that he didn't see anything here or there, but he hadn't. I think he said he hadn't seen him except for that weekend, the last time he had him. We don't know what went on inside that home when we don't live there, so we don't know. We don't know what went on that day. We don't know what went on between him and Katie. And again, going back to what Clue said earlier, the fact that Katie very prominently stressed the fact that they had a great day almost sounds like for once, we had an awesome day. What goes on every other day? That's what my question was. Okay.
Well, I keep a couple of the interviews Chris has said, I'm ready for the hard questions. I'm ready for the hard questions. And I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and respect, at least show or, acknowledge with respect that he is doing that. However, to me, he's not the one that should be answering the questions because he wasn't the one that was there. She was.
But they also talk about that, and she's like, I'm not gonna lie. If y'all watched the video today we did, everything I would tell him, go talk to them. I'm a woman, and I am a woman who knows that my man is the leader. You know what I mean? He is the leader, and if I want, he should be the presence that's known.
But I'm just saying at this point, y'all have done several interviews.
She talks though. That's the thing I don't understand. She will speak when she has something to say. The bigger question to me is, why isn't there more for you to say?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you not take the questions? Why? But at the same time, it's Chris that's online saying, look, you guys are talking about me. You're speculating about me. Here it is. I'm here. Let me answer your questions.
Yeah,
because they're not really doing that with her.
That's who I would like to hear a lot of answers from, right? Because as far as we know, she was the only one home. That's what she said. She was home, just him and her. So there, if they want to speak and be of benefit, that would be where the benefit would be.
Well, yeah, but the reason that people are questioning him or saying what they're saying about him is because he's been very vocal from day one. From day one.
But
and so you can't really throw that, of course you're going to throw that at him.
I do agree, but I will say that his reasoning for it in the last interview we saw was exactly what I called out from day one. He is out here taking the brunt and the heat from this whole situation so his wife doesn't have to.
And it does look that way. I've said that. I feel like he will stand and take every bit of this for her. And listen, I feel like this guy watching him interview, and no, I don't see it, Victoria. If you want to resend it, please do. Let's just say hypothetically something were to come down to this and she were to get in trouble for something with this. I could see him trying to take all of that for her and say, no, put me in jail. She didn't do this. That's the kind of person he seems to come off as with her. Okay.
No,
I don't know.
Just to keep things fair, right? A lot of the things that have been said after discussions online have happened. Mm-hmm. And even his explanation of why he's the one speaking came after a lot of discussion has been had online. And that the exact excuse he gave has been said online in multiple places. So there is a possibility that he's saying, yeah, that looks really honorable. And let me grab onto
Do
that.
that, yeah.
Right. I mean, it is possible.
Sure. Absolutely. That does make sense. It does. I gathered that, and there's another sense too, that, you know, I guess a lot of people are saying that he doesn't allow her to speak and, you know, she's not a fragile flower, blah, blah, blah. I agree with you guys. I do agree with you guys. Okay. Marina girl, real quick. I don't think that the child support has anything to do with it. If you've looked at their home,
Yeah,
I don't think the child support has any bearing on this. I really don't. If anything, I think that it's about maybe one of two things. If that's what the case is, first off, I think one, Katie does not want to relinquish him to not live in her home because it takes her control over that situation away. That's one. Two, she could be a helicopter parent, guys. If we've noticed, and I've said this before, and it's not a bad thing always, but it can be.
Nope.
Are you talking to me?
Yep, I disagree. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you why I say this, okay? I am a helicopter parent. My child is 15 years old. She is grown. Every night before I lay my fat head down, I walk into the room and I check on her.
Right. No, I agree with you on that. I was going to say something else but to that and then counteract with what you just said, basically. She has made him out to be an invalid in some senses, Sebastian, okay? And we hear Chris and Seth back that off as in he's really not that bad off. He's very high functioning, so on and so forth. So I'm trying to understand what she's doing with that. Is in her mind, is he that bad that she needs to control that and thinks that she has to be the only one that can do that? Or is it something different is what I was saying? Because I do agree with you. Like the fact that she stated, I don't need to check on him anymore. He's too old for that. See, I don't get that because my child is twice my size, 17 years old, and I still check on him anytime that I go to bed. And in the middle of the night, I get up, I check on him. It's just part of being a parent to me. And I know Mama Bear does that kind of thing. I know Clue has stated she's done that. I know Molly has stated in the past that she's done that with her kids. Everybody that I've talked to that has kids, they check on their children. So that was a problem for me. I do agree. And when we heard that there was a noise, I don't care what you're doing, go to bed.
Yeah, you don't even get up and look. Like that could have been somebody. That could have been him leaving his room.
100%. Or somebody else coming into the house or something, whatever the deal is. We don't know. But, you know, that's a thing. So I agree. And that's another, what would he be protecting her from? That's a good point, Elizabeth. I don't know. The problem is with this case, guys, is none of this makes any sense. So that's why we're all going to these other situational issues and going, okay, what about this? What about that? Why did this happen? Why did that happen? Why does this not make sense and that does? Or why does that make sense and this doesn't? Because it don't. None of it makes any sense based on the story we're told.
I've got my theory as to what he's protecting her from, right? I think he may be the more presentable to the public eye of the two. Like as much as everybody is scrutinizing and looking negatively at him, he may just very well be the one that would be scrutinized and looked at less than she would if she were speaking.
And that you're kind of right. I was going to make mention of that, Cletus. That's about right where I was going with what I was going to say next. We noticed how she is when she's on camera in an interview. She doesn't speak. We just talked about that. When she does speak, she says things that are like, I don't know, like inappropriate in some ways I've heard. Okay, the way for that situation at least. And she does the almost like I'm having a nervous breakdown look, which she could be because of the situation. It's dramatic. Now he, on the other hand, is very presentable, like you're saying, Cletus. He talks a lot, almost too much. Okay, and he's very, out there and open as to where she's not. So I agree with you on that aspect, that maybe he purposely takes control of the conversation because he knows she can't do it. But why? You know what I mean? And that's why I said we back up and think about, I said a long time ago, does she have autism herself? Does she have some of these issues that she can't handle this? And does that play into what could have happened with Sebastian in essence in the long run? Do you know what I mean?
Well,
but why talk to everybody? I don't get that. I
I do
still don't
agree.
get it.
We've
Agreed.
They
all
don't
wondered
have
that.
to, like, they don't have to go on every YouTube channel and talk to people. They don't.
Because
They do the world news, or the American whatever news you want to do, and get your child out there in the
I,
open, but
he
they don't have to talk.
he
And
seems to feel like he has to defend himself to everything, from what I've gathered. Anytime he
his
gets,
own fault. He put himself there. I'm sorry.
I
You
can
know.
agree. Cletus
Yeah.
said that a long time ago. Like, none of this would have happened if he'd have just been quiet about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well,
They're
let's see, that's the
reacting.
problem, AG. That's a rumor. We don't know that for a fact, but anything's possible. We don't know.
They're
Um,
reactive. If you haven't noticed, like
oh, big time. Yes.
Oh yeah.
the Seth has gone on Nancy Grace. Now all of a sudden, and they were asked, why didn't you go on Nancy Grace? And he goes, I wasn't invited.
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden they've agreed to go on Nancy Grace. Like, and if you listen to like the answers that Katie especially gives, in my opinion, they are all reactive to things that have flied
Yeah.
around on social media. It's clarification that people are asking for.
Right.
And there's also little things that she has said, like, he'll be answering a question and she'll pop up with like, yeah, and the fact that my son's still not home and things like that, that she's like, you can tell she's angry. And she's, like you said, reactive to certain things that are being put on social media, that are on certain YouTube interviews, because every interview that I've watched thus far, except for maybe the very first one, everyone after that is a defense. It's a show about them defending what he doesn't like to be seen or heard. Now, whether it's her that is upset with it or him or both, he's the one that's speaking on it. I want to answer all these questions because of this, that, and everything else. When she answered the question about the dating service, she jumped right up into that question, like, boom, here I am. We hadn't heard nothing from her that whole interview, and then boom, there's that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
And what does that have to do with the child being missing anyway?
absolutely nothing. That's
And
the whole.
that's why are they even going there? Is like, I just don't get it. Like,
Why
are
wouldn't
they
you?
fools?
I'm not going to answer that. I agree with you, Golf. Like, I'm not going to answer that question. That has nothing to do with Sebastian. Let's move on.
Well, the
Yeah.
question's related to a rumor, which is where the rumors are what they shouldn't be addressing.
Which question are we talking about?
The dating service.
Hey, I'm sorry, but that could have to do with the case. If she had somebody on the side and something
Right.
happened in that house, guess what? That person on the side could have been an accomplice.
Well, and that's the thing, though, Clue. That's the only thing she spoke up about during that interview. Remember?
Loudly.
Very
Yeah.
loudly. That's what I'm saying. She's
Yeah.
all quiet and this and that, and it actually shocked me because they asked the question. All of a sudden, you hear her, and I'm like, "Whoa, there she is." You know what I mean? So, what's up with that? And that's what I'm saying.
Why do we even know about like 15 ex-wives or whatever? How many ex-wives and
Right.
love lives and all that? Why do we even know about that?
None of that should be out there. You're right. None of it. I
Well,
mean, people
it's
are gonna
also-
go
Police needs to know. Obviously, they need
Mhm.
to know.
That's
Put the
also
case
the
together.
point Chris tries to make all the time, right? What does this have to do with Sebastian? What does my divorce have to do with Sebastian?
Right. Yeah. And then Seth says the same things. Like, he even said, I think during the one interview, like, Chris asked me to be here for this, but this is not helping to find Sebastian. So I'm not going to be up there.
No, and then please go and help in the search effort. There are
Right.
groups out there searching for your child, and you have still to this day not shown up to any of those that we know of. I mean, those search groups that have been out there, nobody has seen the family go out there. A family, sorry, I take that back, because the father, Sebastian's father, is out there, and
Along
nobody
with-
else.
Yeah, his mother. And that's my other question. And I don't know if I brought this up before, you guys, but where is Katie's family at?
Everybody goes silent.
Okay.
So
That's,
who's Katie? Who's Katie?
that's the mother.
The mom.
Mother? Okay, sorry. Okay.
So we've seen Seth's family, his sister, his mother, him. They're very
Going out
active.
there. Yeah.
We've seen Katie and Chris do their interviews. Where's her family? Okay.
Well,
I
that's the thing that bothers me, because they are very adamant in every interview, and they say there's going to be family and friends flooding the streets when he comes home. And it's like, a fiance one day was listening, and he's like, I mean, where's that family right now?
Right. Thank
Mhm.
you. And I haven't really said that because I'm not trying to be offensive, but at this point, Where the hell are they? Okay,
Well,
why aren't they?
credit to where credit is due. It's Clue and fiance who actually went up there and took a picture of, I believe, when they rolled out of town today,
Yeah.
that everybody's using now. You look on Twitter, just so you know, Clue, it's you. The credit should be where credit is due.
Absolutely, absolutely. As I stated earlier today, I mean, they're doing everything they can do because they're right there to get this out there and to get it seen where it
Well, they
needs.
rolled out of town today. Who knows?
Yeah, like that was so crazy, y'all. I'm not even kidding. We just went by the church because they said they were church going folk. He gave the name of the church, so I just wanted to see, are you in the parking lot? And
Mhm.
then we're like, no. So let's just real quick ride by the house, then go meet up with the search team. And literally, like, we have ridden by that house so many times. That truck has never been hooked to that camper ever. And
And all of a sudden it is.
yeah, I like rounded the corner. You kind of like go in a curve and you could see the front of the truck. And fiance was at first, he's like, they're not home. And the more we drove, I was like, yeah, they are. And then I was like, oh, wait, he's hooked up to that camper.
Mhm.
And it was like, okay. And no joke, y'all, it probably took us 5 to 7 minutes to drive to the search party site. And someone had already told them they left him in the truck with the camper, and she followed behind him. So I really do want to know if there's someone, and the lights are, it's almost dark, so we are going to drive back over there and see if there's lights on in the house,
Right.
just to
Yeah.
see if there really is someone home, because
And
that might be family.
it very well could be. But where have they been though? I mean, with
I'm with
everything,
you.
I'm just curious, and they haven't been spoken about either. That's another thing.
And
I'm
why are they not searching for their child, their missing child?
that's another. And is her family out there searching?
So I will say this, right? The one thing that I find interesting is that they're. I feel like you can get the impression that they're more closely tied to law enforcement with this than Seth is. I mean, he said himself, he's just like the rest of us in this case because, he just because he works for the sheriff's office doesn't mean he has any information. But Chris and Katie seem to have more. They're not looking that we know of, and law enforcement seems to be very private in what they're doing. And it's like,
Right.
is there a correlation there? Like, has
If
law
there is, I think
enforcement not
that's not
search?
fair, though. I think that's not fair to the father because he should be, notified if they have a lead on that. If they notify the mother and the stepdad, why aren't they notifying the poor dude that's out there?
Here's the thing, though, Golf, and this is what I've been wondering because I think they know that Seth is probably very volatile right now. And if something, that's why I felt like I think that law enforcement may know something. If they tell him a specific thing, they may be worried that he's going to handle things. Okay. And they're trying to keep things calm, per se. Because we've all seen this kind of stuff happen in cases where people are like, I better not find out that this is going on, and they'll be right there in the midst of something. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That could be a possibility. I'm not saying that's fact. I'm saying that's a very possible thing. So,
Well, I hope that the law enforcement is actually doing something on this. Honestly, that's where I'm at with it.
I agree. I agree.
They're just like everybody puts the lid on as soon as they like the Cajun Navy, they put the lid on it as soon as
Yep.
like law enforcement steps in. What is
And
that
that's
about? You need to if you know something, I'm not saying go out and tell everybody, but at least the father needs to flip and know.
yes, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
She made a comment about how Sebastian would be so distraught to come home and hear about what people are saying about. Yeah, I had a problem with that too. About his parents. How does she think he will feel to hear that they didn't search once? I had a huge problem with that comment when she made that because I felt like she was trying to what's detract from the situation by throwing it on him of all people. Like, well, he's not going to be happy with any of this. Like, that's not that was wrong. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. Um, and it shouldn't have been said. Just playing devil's advocate. Maybe they realize if they show up for a search, people like JL are immediately going to have a camera in their face. Well, they did state something like that about. Thank you, deflect is what I was trying to say. Movement. Thank you. that about the vigil they didn't go to because they knew that people were going to be probably going at them in a negative way. Okay. I don't care. Me personally, not everybody's different, but that's my child. You're not going to stop me from being at something like that. I'm just saying that's who I am.
Mm-hmm.
And that wouldn't be an excuse for me. I don't care. You
Wait,
could,
wait, wait. Did they didn't go to the vigil? To some
No.
vigil?
nope.
They haven't
And then,
been to any of them, and they've had more than one out here. They had
Mm-hmm.
one at the church. They had one, another one that was playing somewhere that they had, and then they had another one in Clarksville, which was
Yep.
pretty much for Seth, his
Seth.
dad. They haven't gone to any of them, and Chris does talk about that in the interview, something about security. But they, at first, the one they planned, they wanted to plan it in that neighborhood. That
Yes.
neighborhood is not the place because it's too.
It's small.
It's really small. Like it might look big when like we're driving through, but it is a really small neighborhood.
Sure.
So they were talking about they're wanting a place to park the cars, everything like that.
Yeah, good excuse.
Well, and then he said they moved it to the high school, and he said that, I think he did say one of the reasons in terms of security was that if some nut job, I think was what he actually said, were to show up, right? And,
I'm not gonna lie, that would worry me. Like I'm not taking his side, and I do think it's crazy, but I'm the type of person that would think about something like that.
I mean, I'll say this, right? He's definitely, I think he's clearly stated he observes the Second Amendment rights. So I can't really buy that as an excuse. I really can't.
Yeah, that's true.
Hmm.
But if
I
you
mean-
don't see them and they get a shot off first, you're kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And somebody made a good point on Twitter or X, whatever you're going to call. I'm not going to call it X. I'm going to continue calling it Twitter forever. But anyway, and it was a good point if you think about it, because we just kind of hit on that point. Clue said that herself a little bit ago. And it says, as I close out the night for some peace and quiet, I just wanted to end this with Chris and Katie Proudfoot have left the neighborhood. They loaded up the RV and rolled out of town, in case Sebastian walks through that front door, which was the reason why they weren't searching, supposedly. They wanted to stay there in case he came home.
Yes. Yes.
What happened to that theory? Did you give up on that? Do you
Well,
not?
they went to the barbecue joint last night. What if he had showed up last night?
Absolutely, because that tells me you know something else. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be ignorant when I say this, but if that was the scenario, one of me or my wife would be out searching nonstop. The other would be here waiting.
Well, and I would
that hasn't happened.
I can't deny the coincidence in the timing either, right? So
Right.
the dad is literally 6 miles from the house, and the army of people seems to be growing that are there searching.
You watch
the
JLR.
The Cajun Navy is now involved, and literally 2 days after they get involved, you roll out of town. I mean, is it a coincidence, or is there, or is that more of a reason?
That's one hell of a coincidence, bro. That's all I can say.
It just seems like the pressure is definitely turned up locally this weekend, and now they roll out of town.
Allegedly,
God.
both of them roll out of town,
Thank
right?
God.
Not just one.
Yeah.
Turn the pressure up. Let it cook. Let it cook.
Absolutely. That's what
I
JLR is doing. That's why I like what JLR's been doing on this, and that's what I think his whole point is.
Yes.
That's why he's turned that fire all the way up to high, guys, and he ain't let off since.
Everybody come to Nashville. Go out there. Scream. Bullhorn Betty.
I will say to his benefit, I know a lot of people think I'm guilty of it at times. In terms of his respect level, but today I actually witnessed where he was set up. He was kind of off from Seth, and at one point Seth hollered for him, and he didn't bring the camera. He walked up there and asked Seth, do you want to talk to me? And they had a little conversation, right? So he's not just running around with a camera in people's faces.
Right.
He is trying to bring awareness of the situation. I do believe when he says that.
While searching.
Right. And he is searching too.
Yeah.
100%.
I said before you guys jumped in here, I think you were still driving home, that I was like, I'm really super, I don't care what anybody says about JLR. We've all had our issues. We've all looked at him in different ways. The man has done due diligence on this case. When it comes to missing kids and stuff like that, he does what he does, folks. There's no two ways about it. He makes things happen. He gets where he needs to get, and he puts the work in. He stays diligent with the entire thing the whole time. So he deserves that respect in a lot of ways, and I have mad respect for him along with this case right here. Period. So, it's very evident that he cares in that sense. Okay, that's my opinion. So,
he was very respectful to everyone out there today. Like, I mean, even fiance fanboying. He was like, I'm not kidding, y'all. Like, we're standing up at the top of the hill, and he's like, "Baby, there's JLR. JLR's right there."
Well, I've watched him so long, and it's like, I mean, hey, I want to go say hi to the guy, and then
they had a conversation.
Then he actually stepped to the side and was like, "Yeah, I want to hear your perspective." And it's like, okay, he actually is interested. So it was good to see that he genuinely has an intent.
It's enlightening.
Complimented me. I mean, he was very nice.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I do agree, and he's doing the work, guys. Like I said, I don't care where he's at, he will get to where he needs to get, like now. So
yeah,
I am definitely appreciative of him.
And watch what he did. I mean, he actually made people turn up. And 100%. Clue and when you were out there, Clue and fiance, when that man showed up and he had watched, I guess it's JLR on stream or something. Yep. I mean, little things like that. It matters. That matters.
He's always doing well. If you guys go back to when we were covering the prisoner that escaped, I can't believe I can't remember his name right now. But
Casey White. Casey.
The other one.
Cavalcante. Yeah.
Cavalcante. We were on that 24 hours a day. JLR was on that 24 hours a day. And he's always stated, and he did it again today in the live stream, share this out across your social medias. Please do. I don't have any issues with that. He's done that with Cavalcante. Every missing child, he doesn't worry about who's using his stuff, who's doing this. And that tells me he's doing it for the right reasons. Okay. He was on that Cavalcante thing. He was day and night. He just walks up to people. You live here? Cool. I'm going to hang out with you. Let's do this. You know what I mean? So,
well, you do kind of get a bug. I understand now. I will say 100% why JLR does what he does, because going out places, because
the adrenaline.
It was crazy that guy showed up because JLR was live. Then this woman, near the end, she didn't even get to search, poor thing, because we were done. But she was like, I was watching someone on YouTube and they went to the McDonald's, and I was like, I know exactly where that is. I was like, hey, that's me.
Yeah.
And she texted me her number. She's like, I'm gonna text you at 7. We'll get together. We'll come back out here. We'll meet everyone. I'm like, it's so crazy to know that you could do that, have that impact. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
he's not tried to. This is a good point, Gray. He's not trying to. I have not had the feeling once that he's trying to gain from this. He put Seth's Cash App on his channel when he didn't have to do that, so that people could go directly to Seth to help him rather than JLR himself. And that means a lot to me as well, guys. It proves he's doing the right stuff for the right reason. And that's
important. And to be honest, it doesn't really matter, because even if what he does has an impact, that's what we should look at. So it doesn't really matter.
Absolutely.
I got to tell y'all what an awesome man, period, Seth himself is, because something was said about the YouTube creators today and something like that. And he said, I want everyone, even if they're not out here, even if they're not searching, as long as you have a platform and you're streaming and you're talking about my son, you are doing your part, because you're keeping him on the forefront and the attention on him.
Yes.
So he was like, I don't care if you're out here looking, if you're just streaming and talking about it, hey, thank you. You know what I mean?
Yes. And there it is. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Because that's what we're doing. That's what we're trying to do. And I'm telling you guys, imagine if before all of us existed, before internet was like this, when children go missing and they don't ever find them again. I really do feel that this makes a big difference, a big, it puts a big dent in that, and it helps in a lot of ways because that's all we're doing is we're repeatedly saying this child's name, we're repeatedly showing his face, and we're repeatedly sending people in those directions to help people find him. If we didn't exist, I think it would be a hell of a lot slower process, and it wouldn't be as positive in some senses. The awareness would not be getting out there per se. Okay, so no matter what anybody says about any of us, whether we're boots on the ground, doing what we're doing right now, just sharing other people's stuffs, it's very important these days for this to happen. So I what is that?
The GoFundMe for Sebastian.
Okay, yeah, there's that too. Thank you for that. And that will help in a lot of ways for whatever reasons they need, whether to feed, clothe, keep them warm, whether out motel rooms, whatever, guys. If you can do that in help in that sense, please do. I really
Yeah, it's like
appreciate it.
I mean, he's not working. You know what I mean? Like
That's
he's
it.
taking time off.
Yeah, and like you said, he hurt himself, guys. He hurt his shoulder, his feet are blistered and bleeding. The guy's not in the greatest shape. That terrain is not like walking on sand or just floating on the water. It's very rough terrain. You guys saw that today. They were there, and they can tell you the same thing. So to give the guy any kind of comfort he can during this, please do. Please do whatever it takes. They got to eat. They got to have water. They got to have a bed to sleep in while they're not at their home and things like that. So please help.
Yeah, I did see that today that Sebastian Rogers started trending on Twitter
Yes, it
for the
is.
first time.
Thank
Yes, it
God.
is.
Yeah.
It took long enough, though. This should have been on here a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
100%. I was just looking at that, actually. I don't understand why it took so long, but whatever. I'm glad it's there now.
I don't know how he hurt his shoulder. I just know that they were wrapping it up today, and like the cry he let out when they took that.
It could have been
him. Oh my gosh.
The terrain itself could have caught. He could have fallen or something. We don't know. I hope he's okay. I'll say that much because this is a lot to go through. And somebody corrected me in chat earlier when I said he's not sleeping. I didn't mean he's not sleeping at all. I'm saying he's not sleeping probably anywhere near as much as he should be because he's doing what he's doing. Cemented in our minds. I still can't get past that comment either, Bix. I know what you're saying. I don't understand where that even came from. I just don't. Based on the conversation that was going on, it just kind of appeared. What was the point behind that comment about the concrete or the cement? I don't get that at all.
What is that? I'm not following.
In one of the interviews with Chris, he made a comment about concrete, okay, or cement. I can't remember exactly word for word. And it just came out of left field and talking about, I can't remember word for word exactly what was said, but, and I don't want to, did you guys remember exactly what was said?
He was explaining I think he was responding to somebody saying something or asking the question about could he have been put in concrete in one of the driveways
right
in the neighborhood that's under construction, and he went into a long explanation as to why that wouldn't be or why that wouldn't make sense or something to that effect, I think.
Which didn't even need to be, he didn't even need to answer to that, in my opinion, but he did, because it's kind of a ridiculous thing to think of. He clearly went in and described why that wouldn't make sense and why did you do that? That's something I was a little thrown off by, is all I'm saying. And I think a lot of other people kind of got thrown that way too. So,
yeah, I think the word he used was it's silly.
Yes.
To think that he could, and honestly, if I'm right in this, it was the fact that we had driven by there and the construction site and someone saw like a freshly paved site, or like in the construction site there was a freshly paved driveway, and people were like, could he have put him like under there, and then like if he knew they were about to pour the concrete.
Right.
And I'm like, y'all, I don't know. Like that's a little far-fetched, but I mean, who knows anymore?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
This is the most recent Todd Terrell put out on Twitter through the Cajun Navy. It says, there's a method to our madness. Our United Cajun Navy network of volunteers is currently assisting in several high and low profile missing persons cases throughout the country. When we say trust the process, I mean sometimes things need to play itself out through a process of elimination. Stay tuned and pray for Sebastian, his family, friends, volunteers, and law enforcement officials, as well as other missing persons. So, if you take those words and break that down, you can kind of tell they're doing what they're doing for a reason, and just they're kind of saying, kind of like step back and let things play themselves out, and you'll see what the outcome is. And that's what I'm taking from that personally.
And I guess this following week we'll hear something come out from police. I'm sure about this.
I'm hoping.
Mm-hmm.
I hope this doesn't go on much longer before there's some information that is released. Okay.
Seriously.
I feel like something may have, and this is just an opinion. I'm not saying anything that was factual that was put out, but I have an opinion that they came upon something yesterday that may have given them an idea as to something. And I think that that's why they kind of like backed up a little and said, okay, let's let this happen now. It may not be true, folks. It's just a thought that I have. That's all. Yeah, this is definitely trending now. It's all over the place in here. So that's awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's so hard to see him when he's not knowing where he is.
He's so cute.
He is.
He is.
I can only imagine that he's probably one of the sweetest kids out there. You know, just pictures like this. He is adorable, though. He's really, really a cute kid.
And I'm sorry, but is it just me? Like, I just sit like this week when we were at my parents' place, right? I'm like watching Stick Toes, and she got this kayak, and she's out there riding it the first time, and it's like I'm up there videoing, watching her fall into a freezing cold lake. But why are there no videos of Sebastian?
It's a good question.
That is a good point. It seems like it's the same few pictures, and that's it. There's no videos. There's no nothing. I mean,
yep.
That's a good point. Very good point.
Yeah.
It just bothers me. Like, I video my kid all the time. Like, especially when they were talking about he likes to dance. He likes to, you know what I mean? And it's like, sometimes people have a better like recollection for someone if they see them in a video than they do in just a photograph, right? So
yeah, it ingratiates the person. It ingratiates them more.
Absolutely. You're seeing them active and moving and just being alive and moving around, right?
And I have to say, I think that child looks very intelligent. To me, when I look at those photos, he seems very intelligent.
I believe he is, and it's been stated by every parent that he is too. You know.
Yeah, I think the general consensus amongst amongst Seth and what we've heard from Chris and Katie is,
and his teachers is that he is intelligent. He's 15 with the social abilities of an 11-year-old. Well, and I'll say his teachers even went a step further, and they literally said the statement verbatim: if you didn't know he had autism, you would never know he was autistic.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And it's the same thing. That's why I related to this case so quickly and so like closely.
Right.
That child that you guys keep seeing walking in and out of here that a lot of you have met is full-blown spectrum. Okay. Very high functioning, ADHD, chronic ADHD, oppositional defiant disorder, all that. None of you guys would have known that if I wouldn't have told you because of the way Caden is.
Right.
So, and he's very smart with specific things. Other things he struggles with, but that's that's what I'm saying. Nobody would know unless they told us. You know that Sebastian has these issues per se. And he is very smart. His father, his stepfather, I believe the mother and anybody else that have talked about it have stated that he's very smart as well, which is why I initially struggled with the fact when everybody said there's no way he's on social media. Well, I can't get with that because I know this one found a way to do it
Right.
multiple times.
Oh yeah, I'm with you because at school he could Google on school how to
100%.
bypass parental passwords or parental restrictions, and
Yep.
you guys would never know it.
Well, and it sounds like Chris is definitely the disciplinarian, and if he's been out of town and
That's a good
she's
point.
not aware, she's not concerned enough to check in on him from 9 something till she goes to bed.
Bingo.
Then how is she really looking at his phone? You know what I mean?
And that's the thing is I feel like Katie probably did not emphasize the importance of not being on there. She didn't enforce those rules as much as Chris probably did. So if he's not around, well, guess what? That leaves open that doorway for him to get involved in that kind of stuff, and he wants to.
Which that doesn't make sense. I'm the soft one when it comes to hours. Like I will take her phone, and like 3 days in, I see her moping around. She's just lost in this great big world with nothing to do, and I'm like, oh God, I just want to take her phone.
I will take his phone, and before the night's over, she's like, "Where's it at?" I'm like, "What? Hayden's phone?" I said, "It's put up. He don't need it right now."
That's what fiance has to do to me. He's like, I got it.
And she's like, "But he's bored, Joe. You know he doesn't have this, and he's that." It's on the fridge, okay? Leave me alone. And that's how it works out. And he gets it back because he knows that Mom's the softer one. Mama Bear's heard me go through that.
Yep.
With him, he knows that too.
That's when you would become the a-hole because you're like, she ain't getting it back for a month, and you stick to it.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you're such a hard like
Yeah.
We're raising responsible adults here. I've heard it all.
100%. Yeah.
Yep.
100%. Absolutely. I just pray. I'm honestly, guys, I'm praying that we hear something, find something, see something this week. Because it needs to be over. Enough is enough.
Yep.
And I am curious to know for sure if they left and where they went and why. You know what I mean? That's another thing.
Thick Toes is taking a jacuzzi bath. When she gets out, we're gonna go look. I don't like that wording. Can I just tell y'all they use the same wording in Idaho? Trust the process.
Yes, I know.
That logo for United Cajun Navy is what was on that truck
that we passed.
Yeah, so we passed a truck today when we left the house, Sebastian's house, and we were heading toward the search area, and it was a big truck that says the disaster relief, and the logo on the side of it was that United Cajun Navy one. And we almost turned around to follow it, but we wanted to get to the search area. But yeah,
And one thing I want to speak on real quick too that I agreed wholeheartedly with Clue on that she spoke on was that I think Salty even mentioned this like a couple days ago. We were talking about this. Unless, and it tells me that they very possibly do know something, why there has been no CSI done on that house, around or in that house as many times as it's supposedly been searched and looked through. Like, why did you not do anything unless you know something? You know what I'm saying? That is like, that's a big deal to me. Because I think that could answer some questions. But when I keep thinking about that, it tells me they very possibly know something already. Okay. So
I think they do, but that's just me.
Well, you know, one thing, I think it was a week ago, EquiSearch was supposedly coming to take part in the search efforts, and I haven't heard anything.
And now, yes, thank you. Because we haven't heard nothing else about that.
Lids on everything then.
I was going to ask you about that, Dago, because we had a conversation about this towards the end, like when everybody was kind of packing up and we had just gone through that building or around the building and through it. We were talking, me and this other girl that was out there, I think her name was Barbara maybe, but she was like, the Pampers thing gets me.
Oh, the pull-up thing.
Yes.
Because if there is, and this doesn't go for even kids on the spectrum, this goes for all children.
Right.
If they are suffering some kind of abuse or they suffer some kind of abuse, it is very common to see what is called like regression.
Yes, ma'am.
Or
Facts.
bedwetting.
It really does kind of, it sticks out to me. I haven't heard Seth say that he ever had accidents at his house, so it does
He
make me kind of
hasn't.
wonder why this only occurred at his mom's.
Well,
Seth actually said that's never happened at his house.
Well,
I
Okay.
heard
and that is something that Katie disputed on that. I think the last interview that they did, she actually said, "I know for a fact that it has happened at Seth's house at least once, right?" And it was a very like
snarky again.
yeah, it was
but
just I don't know.
We don't know. That's the thing. Let me read this again. Somebody asked. And it says the United Cajun Navy is working with local officials. Please stand by and let the process work. We hear everyone asking for more information and more info to come when it becomes available. Pretty basic, folks. So again, that tells me they're on top of this. They're doing, their due diligence, and I do expect to hear something within this week from them specifically, because I know that they don't play, so we'll see. And that's another good point that you brought up about EquiSearch, and then all of a sudden that's kind of been void now. Why? That's kind of interesting in a lot of ways, I think. So again, I feel like there's something that's known now.
well, the simple fact that yesterday that dog hit on something and nobody responded.
Right.
No one. Not TBI, not Secret Service, not the Sumner County Sheriff. No one.
Something's known. Yeah, I agree. And that's a big point right there, folks. I think it's just kind of what's the term, like, you give them enough rope to let them do what they got to do themselves. And I think that's what's going on in this sense.
Well, and to further that point, not only did they not show up, but that area is going to be searched again tomorrow by Seth's volunteer team.
Yeah.
Right.
They're going to be back at the same spot, and they're going to walk the waterway down through there and search that Rockland recreation area.
And then that lady calling today, sitting there for 45 minutes, and LE never showed up to even collect that blanket.
Right.
Because they didn't need to. You know what I mean? That's my thought, at least.
Well, and if it comes out that nothing happened, though, Dago, they're gonna have to answer for all that.
Of course.
Yeah.
I do. Absolutely, I do agree. Where were you and why? Why didn't you? But they could be working something. Well, I don't know. We'll see.
It would be different, Dago, and I'm with you on that 100%. It would be different if fiance and I were not actively driving around. We passed one cop, and then we passed another one just sitting in the middle of the intersection on the highway. I mean, the median.
See, that says a lot to me, because especially with this case definitely went to a way higher profile than what it was. Now, with that being said, and everybody that's involved in this, when you call law enforcement and say, "Hey, I have something possibly, it might be important," they determine, well, what is it? Okay, it's a blanket. No, that's not gonna, because we know already. That's my thought on that. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm there with you on that, Clue, as far as that's concerned.
The only thing that I try to catch myself from going down that train of thought is that is an assumption, right? Because that is assuming that law enforcement is doing a good job and they're just in the background, right?
Yeah.
And it's like I really want to give that faith. I have put faith in them all along, but I also got to just consider, could it be that they really don't have anything, and the reason they're silenced is because they don't know what to say, right?
And that's possible too.
Yeah, but why would they silence the Cajun Navy and all those? I don't see that.
I
as
agree.
a possibility.
Right? I don't want to discourage people from reporting stuff either, right? Because
Yeah.
Sure. Not at all.
Have we heard anything from any neighbors or anyone living in that vicinity at all? Have they come out with anything publicly?
I do think that they talked to Seth and his army of people. I do think that they are speaking with them. I know that at least I think one of them is watching movements that occur at their house.
Yeah.
So
I agree with that, Red Team. And that's one thing I'm trying to say. Like, we shouldn't do that, in some senses. I know we want to think the best, but that's a good point. A lot of people are assuming a lot of things.
Well, and I think as long as the assumptions don't stand in the way of, if you're able to search, go search, and if you hear something, don't assume that it's a waste of time, but actually report it. As long as everybody keeps going with that, the assumptions are what they are, right?
Yes.
It just can't deter from the actual efforts in finding Sebastian.
Yeah.
Amen to that. Yes, I agree, guys. I do agree. Again, I can't speak enough on how much you guys have done, like boots on the ground and stuff like that. I think it's amazing. I really do appreciate what you guys have done. If things work out and things happen, possibly, but like I said, it's very doubtful at this moment. I'm trying, but I may end up down there Tuesday night as well. Just to do what I can do to help. If we're not at that point, if things aren't different. Okay. Welcome, Life and Love. Good to see you. But you guys have done amazing things. I really do appreciate it, as I know everybody does. And I know I'm sure Seth does, and everybody that's looking for him does. So thank you.
When we were leaving, I was talking to I forget his name. I think it was Jonesy. His friend that was in that interview with him with JLR in front of Nashville.
Yeah.
And I was telling him, that she's got this channel, and we're talking to all these people and trying to get people to come down, and people are, trying to come down and things like that. And he seemed very, very, his response to that was very positive, right? Like they definitely want more people to help.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, you guys, like I said the other day, with what Clue and Cletus are doing, we've got people all over the United States putting up flyers on this. Because like I said the other day, he could be anywhere from Alaska to Hawaii. We don't know. And there's people that I have personally, family members that are down south putting up flyers at the southern tip of Tennessee, Alabama, Kentucky, in Ohio here. And I posted that link for other people to print out their own flyers to do it. That's happening. You got people, on the ground doing this, searching, other people that are showing up now because of what we have all put out. And we're trying to get as many people involved to be able to do this. And that's how this all works in a good way, guys. And it does. What are we doing here? What are we doing in the chat? I see somebody's upset about something. Guys, let's not go at each other. I think things can be taken the wrong way sometimes. So just try to relax. I understand some people don't. We're all typing. Remember something, that there's no emotion in texting or typing. So you may take things in a different way than what they're actually meant. So just remember that if you can, for those of you in chat that may be getting upset about something. That's all I'm saying. Excuse me. So you said that there were plans on tomorrow's Monday, that some of that crew is going back out tomorrow to search, right?
Yep.
And it's the same area where I think what I heard was they were searching the same area where that dog barked.
Yeah, so they're gonna
or hit.
So Seth and Jonesy, I'm just gonna call him Jonesy because I can't remember his full name, but he was saying that they're gonna take 5 or 6 people and go back over to Rockland recreation area, and then they're gonna try to divide up anybody that shows up and walk that waterway. Gotcha. And walk that park and be on both sides of the waterway and walk around the edges and all that. So they're going to try to thoroughly search that area.
And like I said, I'll be here tomorrow. Hopefully if there's anybody that's live, I will pull it up and we'll follow along with it. That my understanding though is when they were at NASDAQ, the park there, nothing came of that, obviously, right?
No, it doesn't seem. I didn't get that impression from Seth or anybody today that they had.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's been no talk of anybody there.
Yeah, and I asked the question of what's the interest for this specific area, right? Of all the places around, and it's literally just the proximity to the house and the fact that it's just outside the search area. It's just kind of the spot on the map they chose. So
Okay.
Well,
It was my understanding was it was due to the fact that there was no cameras and something that Seth had said. And I kind of thought there was a meaning behind that at first, but hey, Gene, good to see you.
but
Well,
there was a
when
three
I
of
asked
them.
when I asked that direct question, that was the answer I got. So
Yeah.
I don't. I don't know if there's more to it, and I just didn't get told something other than that. But that's what I was told when I asked that direct question. So
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate that very much.
And good thing you asked him because I was wondering that too, by the way.
Yeah.
we had been wondering it all day as well, right? And
Yeah.
heard that somebody got a tip and things like that. But
Mhm.
from what I was told, that's not the case. So
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good to know.
And not to mention, there was the three of them only looking in a huge park. I mean, what?
Yeah, that park is huge, by the way. I pulled up a map, guys.
Yeah.
It's a massive, massive, massive place that covers all of that and goes over into Mississippi, so on and so forth. So yeah, it's a big park. Not being cameras is not a good reason to search an area. Well, listen, the way it was presented, Red Team, Seth had stated something. I can't remember exact word for word, but he said something along the lines that he had made a statement about the fact that there's no cameras and that, if somebody had done what he had asked and dropped Sebastian off, that whoever may have had him, that would be a good place to do it because they don't have cameras and they wouldn't be seen dropping him off to let him go if they had him. You know what I mean? That's how
you're talking about the Natchez Trace. I was just referring to the place.
Yeah, Natchez Trace. I'm sorry.
That's my bad. I misunderstood. I was just referring. What I was speaking to is to where they're searching today.
Yeah, no. I meant that's what I was going back to was from yesterday when they were at Natchez. With JLR showed up for that one, I think, or was it the day before yesterday?
Yeah, I think it was Friday, maybe.
It might have been Friday then, yeah. So my apologies for not clarifying that, but that's where I was referring to. But again, they didn't go back today, so that tells me that there's they're moving into a different area at this point. So, I'm still curious. Have the searchers been looking at camera footage? I'm guessing probably Red Team. I mean, I'm sure law enforcement definitely has whatever camera footage is out there that they've been looking at that.
Probably the most frustrating thing about, in terms of where they're searching is that they've literally got to get permission from any landowner that they go and search, right? Because we were talking to him about searching kind of to the north and northeast of Sebastian's house. And he was like, I mean, that's fine, but we've got to get permission from any landowner. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that is true, right? This isn't really a law enforcement backed type of, organized effort. It's just a bunch of volunteers trying to help find Sebastian. So I don't know. That put a lot of things into perspective for me, thinking about the fact that, yeah, there's a lot of ground to cover, but you have to individually go to every homeowner and landowner and ask for permission to search their property.
Yes.
So
that's the hard thing too.
So if the police had been involved, this would have been much, much easier, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that it wouldn't be. I mean, at least in terms of the resources to go and ask for permission alone would be huge.
So taking that into consideration, and if hopefully, I mean, we have to give them that benefit of the doubt, but hopefully the police has something, and that's why they're not assisting in this at all. Because otherwise, this is so messed up. If that's not the case.
Deborah, did I say something that you're referring to disrespectful and you need to have your facts? Is that what? Because I just forgot to say the trace at the park is all I was talking about. I thought they understand what I meant. If that's what you're referring to, I didn't mean that to be disrespectful at all. I just didn't say NASDAQ trace. I just thought it was understood what I meant. If that's what you're referring to, I'm lost. I'm trying to follow this to make sure everything is understood, but I just didn't see.
I leave for 2 minutes and it all goes to hell.
Oh, I thought that was directed at me. Okay, my apologies. There's no need to go anywhere, Deborah. Again, there's no need for anybody to be back and forth with each other, guys. We're all here for the same reason, and that's to bring Sebastian home. There's no need for anybody to get upset if people listen, guys. I don't want there to be any kind of, obviously we don't deal with any kind of victim shaming. I don't know if that's an issue, but it shouldn't be. Just please keep things about Sebastian. That's all. That's all I'm asking. And there should be no disrespectful anything in here with anybody, because that's all I ask is for you guys to respect each other. And Victoria, I looked in my email and I do not see that email coming through. I don't know what the title of it would be. I've been trying to find it for the past 20 minutes and I don't see it.
Oh, that interview?
The one that Victoria is talking about, I can't find it. She said she sent it to me, but
Unless she's talking
she
about
said
the one
one that nobody saw.
Yeah, unless she's talking about the one on Smiley's with him, with Chris and Katie.
Yeah, we watched that one the other night, and I think Victoria was here for that. But she says this is an interview that nobody saw, so I thought I pulled them all up. What's it going to be titled under, Victoria? Because it's not coming up. I don't know why. As if it's a new interview, of course I want to see it. Are you sending it to the right? Hold on a minute. You sent me emails before, but
Am I hearing a puppy dog?
Yeah.
Oh.
We have two Shih Tzus, and they like to fight each other.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I never have heard that with Seth and Mob Crew. No, I've never heard that one.
Huh. Yeah, I didn't either.
You sent it there. What is it? Let me see here. Let me find this.
She said, she's so cute.
Did you look in your spam?
I think I just found it. No, wait a minute. Is that the right one? It shouldn't go to spam though, because I have it. I sent it a couple of days ago. Does it say Seth Rogers you've never seen? Is that what the title is? If that's it, I think I did find it. I have a bunch in here that are sent to me. So Seth interviews you haven't seen from March 23rd. That would be yesterday. This is from the lab. Okay, I got it. All right, we're good. Sorry about that. There again, thank you, Zelda. There's a link to Cluminati's channel for those of you that may not be subscribed. Please check it out. Subscribe, show the love and respect. They will give you a show for sure, and they've been doing a lot of good stuff with this case, guys. So please, if you will.
It's okay, Victoria. I told you the other day that I like Mob Crew. He's very thorough. I started watching him with Dylan Round's case.
Is this the interview where somebody did and it wound up being like an 11-hour live? Because I think I remember somebody saying something about that.
Oh, there's no way Chris. No, Chris would never do an 11-hour live. He limits his to like 2 hours at the most.
I don't know whose channel.
Okay, this is a Seth interview with the lab. Okay, here we go.
Oh, maybe this one is. Mob Crew wouldn't do 11-hour.
No way. No way. Hold on, here we go.
Yeah, I know that you've been out searching and doing what you can to figure out what's going on.
Got to do what's got to be done.
Yeah. So did you catch any of the conversation that Smiley had on her show?
I caught some of it.
Yeah. And what stuck out to you there? I mean, was there anything that shocked you?
This is my issue. I'm an adult, all right, and I'm not here to throw anything at Chris or Katie. This needs to be about Sebastian. I don't care about drama. I'm just trying to find my son. You know, whether Chris wants to say this or that or whatnot, you know, when Nancy Grace reached out to me, I asked them to reach out to speak to make sure that they reached out to Katie and Chris, and they told me they just wanted to reach out to the biological parents, and they reached out, and then today I asked them if they got a hold of Katie, and they said nobody ever returned a call. Now I don't know if they had the correct number, whatnot. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of that stuff. I just know what they told me.
Right. Right. So were you I know that you've taken some time off of work to search for your son, and we all wish you the best, and really hoping that he comes home just safe and sound. Can you kind of tell us, like, not specific areas, but I mean, where are you looking that you think is important to look? And are there places that you want people to look again?
Well, law enforcement is right. If you have a large property with like sheds and stuff, keep checking it. You know, that's private property. I can't go on private property. This is Tennessee that I get shot. I mean, let's just face it. Everybody got guns. If you own property and animals and stuff, you're going to defend your property.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I know I would.
Sure.
I mean, I know I would probably ask first before I shot somebody walking around, hollering my son's name. But some people aren't that sociable, I guess.
Sure.
These are facts.
But tomorrow, my plan is Natchez. It's Natchez. How do you say it? Natchez Trace State Park.
Okay. And because I had heard the search party, or the search party, talk about that it is possible that he walked outside of the perimeter. I mean, I'm sure you've heard that before.
Listen, I have, and I'm not faulting law enforcement. I'm not faulting that they did a wonderful job. They got so many agencies in. They had horses. I mean, Lord, they had more horses than I've seen in a long time. I know that they brought in like 12 dogs. I mean, people were out there looking for my son, and I appreciate it. But at the same time, one second.
Mm-hmm.
That's the link, guys, for the lab. That's where this footage came from. You guys want to go?
I'm operating two phones right now.
No problem.
I'm sure they appreciate
We're
it.
low key,
and I appreciate them doing it.
I got my phone that I use, and then I have another one that I use at home.
Okay. Yeah, got you. Gotcha.
Because-
And by the way, I want to say this really fast.
I'll be right back, Mama Bear. I'm going to grab another cup of coffee. Keep listening, folks.
I'm not trying to pit you against them. I promise. That's not the point of this. I just found some of the stuff that he said tonight interesting, and kind of troubling in a way. But that I can't prove anything. I can't say anything for sure of anything. So
Well,
I promise you, I'm not trying to pit you against them.
Whatever Chris said, he's already said.
Sure.
Whatever I said, I've already said. It's in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And, tomorrow's another day. I want people out there looking for my son. I went on Nancy Grace because I know it's national. I know that they're going to be on the same channel as, what's that guy's name? Dr. Phil, So it's national. It's hitting coast to coast. Anybody that's going to watch it. I want everybody to know who my son is. So if they see him, they can call 911. There was there just this week thing came in off of Facebook. My sister turned around and sent it to me, and it was over in Lebanon, Tennessee. Somebody saw somebody that looked like Sebastian. I turned around and called their PD because she stated she called 911. I called them. They had no clue who my son was. And this is another police department. If the police departments aren't communicating or they're not seeing who's on the Amber Alert, then how do I know that my next door neighbor even knows?
Sure. No, I get that. There's a lot of people that don't pay attention to the news and stuff. But law enforcement should.
And see, that's a huge problem for me. A bolo should have been out, as well as the Amber Alert. Every police department in the United States should know about this.
Yep.
How do they not? That's a problem. Like, and that's a good point that he's making. I'm glad he did that for that reason then, because that's crazy.
We got a bolo in Nashville though, for Sebastian.
In Nashville, but when they put it out, shouldn't it be like nationwide? In my opinion, that's what we get them here. I mean,
at least the surrounding states.
Yeah, Nashville, Kentucky, all of the Alabama, so on and so forth. So if this law enforcement agency did not know, that's not cool. That's just not cool to me. So
yeah,
he could be anywhere. He's not just in Tennessee, possibly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know how far the bolo went. Do you know, Clue or Cletus, if it went outside Nashville?
Not to my knowledge. I know, obviously, like my parents didn't get it in Virginia.
Oh,
for a juvenile, though, guys, that's how we get. That's why I'm signed up for the national Amber Alerts, and I didn't get one for him. Nor did I get one for Madeline Soto, which was weird. And I had to go back in, unload the program, and reinstall it, and hopefully it works again. But those go right along with the Amber Alerts for local ones. There's two different ways you can do it. You just sign in for it, and so on and so forth. But a bolo for a child should be nationwide, from my understanding. And that's another thing. Somebody mentioned this earlier. If it has been reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, DC, it does go national. I'm hoping to God they did that. And if they didn't, maybe somebody needs to tell them to look into that, because that will definitely get it out there. That's a good point, Red Team. Thank you. I heard about this and was talking. Somebody else brought this up way earlier. So good points. And I didn't know that. That's interesting to know. Sorry to interrupt.
I mean, you would think, obviously.
I mean, I'm just as guilty as the rest of them. I don't even watch TV. I don't have social media. If I don't hear it on the radio between I leave my house to I show up at work, I work 12-hour days.
That's what I was going to ask. You work those 12-hour shifts. Yeah, those are long.
Between 12 and 16 hours, because sometimes you got to stay over because we're short-handed. If anybody's looking for a job and you got a clean record, apply. Believe me, it's for everybody.
Right. So tomorrow you're going to search the national park. Have you found anything that indicates of anything of substance? I mean, you don't have to tell us what it is, but I mean, are your searches yielding anything right now?
No.
Yeah.
It's not, but my search isn't going to yield anything until I find my son.
Sure.
Why I won't stop.
Look, man, I've followed this from kind of the beginning, and I have no doubt that you will find your son and that you'll be the reason. I truly think that. I mean, it's terrible what's going on, and tell me about him coming to live with you. I mean, so this was just a mutually agreed thing, and he was aware that it was happening. I mean, did he talk about it a lot with you?
Well, you know how Chris said, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Hindsight's 20/20. He was supposed to come live with me last year.
Oh, okay.
But I gave my son another chance. to straighten his behavior up and actually apply himself at school, which he is fully capable of. But and he's straightened up some, but he's still coming. He's already registered for school up here.
Oh, okay.
You know, I want him here. He wants to be here. You know, it's
Could that have any? I mean, could this have any bearing on him going missing? I mean, is it possible that he wanted to be with you, so he ran away and got lost, possibly?
Great question.
see, and that's what I don't think so, because he didn't leave with his phone. He didn't attempt to call me. You know, his godparents live up in Clarksville too, and he has their phone number. He could have called them. He could have called and reached out for me, but he also knows that on the weekends that he's with his mom, I'm at work. Because those are the days I work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And forgive me, and if I don't ask the question properly, because I don't know Sebastian, but there was said that he had his own money, phone, glasses. Would he have known to take all that stuff if he was leaving? I mean, he wouldn't have left. Would he? I don't want to say he wouldn't have. Would he have left barefoot under any circumstances that you can think of?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah.
So if he was running away, he probably would have taken his backpack. He would have taken his switch. He would have taken his games because he likes to play video games. He would have taken toys because his toys are, they're his.
Sure.
He probably would have taken his phone too. I mean,
and he could dial his phone to you right away. He could take his phone and call you. There was a direct line there.
Yeah, at any point in time when I called, it's like somebody mentioned that I had to call Chris to talk to Sebastian. No.
Okay.
I've called Sebastian's phone.
Okay, that says a lot to me, you guys. So it makes it harder to believe that Sebastian walked out of this house on his own volition, by his own volition. I mean, not that I thought that to begin with, but that right there, that says a lot. He would have taken his phone. He would have taken his game. He would have taken this, that, and everything else. So that says a lot as far as I'm concerned. Wow. I didn't even think of it like that. That's a good point, for sure, Seth. I mean, that's interesting.
I've always said that though. If he was running away, like he's highly functioning, he's intelligent, he knows he just can't go out there and just survive.
Right. And I did say something last week about, people were saying, well, maybe he wanted to go to Seth's house since he wasn't able to. I think he would have called him. I knew he had a direct line to call his father, vice versa. He didn't take that phone. And I can't imagine him leaving without that phone. Okay. That's the strange part, which tells me that somebody took him out of that house against his will, possibly. Okay. And that's what sucks about this. And like Clue has said multiple times tonight and before, it was just a short period of time and he was going to go live with Seth, and that was the end of it. So motive wise, it don't make no sense. None. I just don't get it.
Then I will call, because sometimes you got to rush out the door. He doesn't have his phone on him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Hey, I need to go to the store. Come on, let's go. Get to the truck. You're like, you got your phone on you? No. You're supposed to have it on you. Here it's go get your phone then.
Yeah.
Or if I'm just running to the store to pick up some stuff, a gallon of milk or whatever I'm picking up, it's like, don't worry about it. I have my phone.
Was he able to stay home alone?
He was responsible enough. He stayed home alone during.
That's strange. Why is he not listed as an open case?
I don't know, but I was looking last night trying to find something on him and couldn't. And I went to open cases and there's 3.
And he's not one of them.
Are they all adults?
They are adults. It's still an open case. I don't care what the age is.
But
Did
is
they
it because
did they not put them out if they're juveniles typically?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Is it because TBI, I guess, owns the case now or has responsibility for it?
Well, I do know one thing. When you go to like, there is a section in there that says missing kids or ACIM, which is like a child is missing. And that link just takes you to another website. I just found it really weird that he's not on there.
Got you. And that's why I was wondering if it was because he was a minor. But still, I would think because shouldn't matter. That should make it more important, in my opinion. Can someone shed light on where they are from geographically? Godparents close by has me wondering. I thought Katie and Seth both were from California. They are.
Well,
The godparents are in Clarksville, where Seth is at.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I will say this, Chris has said too that he has lived here before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes, he did. I remember it. That's definitely, that is true. I have heard that. I'll keep going. Like I said, a couple questions I was curious about. That was interesting though, Clue. Thank you for pointing that out. For sure.
Break.
Yeah, he's 15. I mean, yeah.
15, physically, mentally, not so much.
Yeah, what would you say? Because obviously you know him as well as better than anybody. I've heard conflicting reports, so that's why it's really nice to talk to you. And I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah, because this is cutting into my sleep.
I bet it is, and I'm sorry about that. And you're welcome to bounce out anytime.
It's I know I have to get some sleep if
Sure.
I'm gonna tomorrow. That's
yeah,
a big.
We don't want to interrupt that, honestly.
I mean, that's a big part. So if anybody wants to come help me, my goal is to be up probably by 5 and be out there. It's about an hour and a half from where I live.
So, so, and what park again was that?
Natchez Trace State Park.
And if there's anybody out there watching this, and this will reach a few thousand people before morning, and we do have a Tennessee audience, in the house for sure. If you guys can help, if you're able to go and help, please do. That's really the best thing is if you can help search, please do. And so you don't think that he would have ran away? Had he ever talked about running away?
No.
Never passing, never been upset. Go, yeah, I wish I no, nothing. Wow. Okay.
I mean, I can tell you things, but those are personal. He is a child. All right. He is 15. He is not an adult. He's got a good another 10 years. So, I would classify him as, what's the word I'm looking for? Scientifically mature.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Brain finished developing around 24 to 26 for males. So, he's got a while to go. I know how it was for me. I mean, everything that my mom and dad told me, when I hit 24, 25, things started clicking really, like, oh, that's why they said not to do this. Oh, that's why they said to do this. Like, I kick myself every day for not listening to my parents when I was younger.
Right.
But again, that's hindsight's 2020.
Right. And he's your only child, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at any point, so is it, I did find this a little odd, and maybe you can clear this up for us as well. Did you find it strange that you just got a text message saying call me 911 or something like that? Or is it because you were at work that they didn't know that they could get a hold of you? Because there could be a rational explanation for that, I guess.
I told them that they could call and speak to my captain at any point in time, because when I'm in jail, I can't have my cell phone. They know this.
Oh, okay.
But
I got you.
Was call and ask to speak to either the lieutenant or the captain on duty, or even the sergeant's office. They would have came and got me. That I mean, that's family, and a lot of my sergeants are pro family. I mean, I took a leave of absence, and they granted it.
Was there a delay in getting a hold of you because of that?
Nobody knew anything. So I didn't get that message till I got to my truck. So at about 7:20 is when I got to my truck, and I saw the missed call and a text message, and
For those of you that seem confused, he does work for the county as a deputy. I think he's a jailer, guys, like a CO in the county jail. That's what I think he does, based on what he stated.
Yeah,
He is.
That's what I thought. I think some people think he was probably like a patrol officer or something like that, but I think he works at the jail, and that's what he does. Just so you guys know. Just saying.
immediately called Chris back.
And under the okay.
We don't live in a perfect world.
No,
It's
we
not
don't.
what I wish it would have been, but it's the way it is.
It's the way that it is. I mean, there's no changing it now. His glasses. How dependent on those is he?
He puts them on as soon as he gets up out of bed.
Jeez, yeah, okay, yeah.
I mean, look at his dad.
Look, man, I'm supposed to wear them too. I got mine right here, but I don't know. I got the stigmatism. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I gotta get that close for this to be clear, dude, without my glasses.
Yeah.
But
Oh, okay.
with my glasses, I got 15/20 vision. So
he wouldn't leave without his glasses.
no.
And he didn't leave with his glasses, correct? Is that what we're being told?
I thought he left with his glasses. I thought he had his.
Yeah, we've been told that he did have his glasses because they weren't found after he disappeared. In my
Well, they describe him in the missing persons
yeah, that's what I
thing
thought
with
too.
glasses.
Right.
And see, this is what happens, you guys. We got to try to keep this fact based because things get flipped up, turns around, things are misheard, this and that, everything else. So it happens. You know, nobody's perfect. And that's why we got to try to keep this on track. If you go back and look at that, she's right. They're described there. So
His glasses on. If that's something new, then I didn't know about it.
Trevor,
Yes.
tell me about the glasses. Did he have the glasses?
It's been reported since the beginning that he did have his glasses. Yeah.
And he did. Okay.
there it is.
No shoes, but yes to the glasses.
Okay. And so he's very dependent on those glasses, that the glasses are gone. Cell phone where was cell phone? At home?
Cell phone was left at the house, at his mama's house.
And but you said that it's possible that, you know, he may not have taken it anyway because sometimes he'd leave it.
Sometimes he forgets it.
Yeah. Okay. So that's fair enough.
Normal human thing. How many times have you walked out and had to go back to get your wallet?
I don't know, 7 times today. So that's normal. You know, he's a 15-year-old boy. Can you tell me just, and I'll let you get to bed because I know you have a big day tomorrow, but tell me a little bit about his like routine. I mean, what would break his routine? You know, did he get up in the morning, pour himself some cereal, play some video games? I mean, what would be a typical morning on like a Saturday you had him?
Typical Saturday morning. Normally, I'm the one waking him up. Make a pot of coffee if he didn't already prep it the night before. He's 15, but I'm still his dad.
Yeah.
Like, I'm also the tickle monster. And
I'm super ticklish, so I'm gonna have to stay clear.
so is he. I would go in there and just tickle the piss out of him until he got up, you know. And then it's like, depending on, he's not a morning person from my experience. All right. He don't want to get up. He's a teenager.
Yeah.
He wants to sleep in. But
Okay,
it's
that's
like,
weird.
hey, the longer you sleep.
That's weird.
What's up?
That's weird. He's not a morning person, he said, from his experience. I kind of have to revert back and wonder why Katie would assume that he had gotten up before 6 o'clock to make himself breakfast.
And here's something that I argued about that before because I know for a fact you remember back when she stated, and I think Chris even said, he gets up and down throughout the night. Katie said this all night, which Caden does the same thing. He does not ever sleep a solid night. He's up and down all night long, sneaking into the kitchen, getting stuff, doing this, doing that, so on and so forth, which is why they don't want to get up at 6 a.m. because they're tired from being up and out all night long.
Yeah.
Point. Okay. Again, I wish, and plus what you said here is about, I wish he would have said what time he woke him up. That's a good point too. KT says because Katie wasn't there. Oh, okay. And again, guys, we don't know that. So, not to mention the fact that he's 15 as well. Not to, not even going along with the autistic thing, the being up and all night long, so on and so forth. Of course, he wouldn't have wanted to get up early like that. And see, this takes me back to something else. It was very adamant that he would not walk out of this house without shoes on purpose.
Yeah.
The only time somebody, because he's not a real big kid, he probably doesn't weigh a whole lot. We know his actual weight, okay? Not too hard to carry, so on and so forth. I could see this being him being carried out of this house in the middle of the night, sleeping without shoes being put on, so on and so forth. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Since there's no smell, there's no scent for these dogs around that house. That's what that tells me. I can't get past the shoe thing after what Seth said, and I know how these kids are. These kids, I know that they're all different in some ways, but they're all alike in some ways too.
So, Dago, that's a question you could probably help me with because
Mm-hmm.
the dad says there's no way he would go outside without shoes on. And then Katie comes on the other interview and says that's not how he is here. He would go out, take the trash with just socks on, and I have to say, hey, you got to put shoes on. And from what I've been learning, it seems like they're very routine and they don't
very much. Yes.
So how is it possible that he could have been different from one house to the next, or
here's the thing. Yes, that's a big thing. But see, Caden lives with both of us and always has his whole life, so that hasn't changed. But if he has a different set of rules at Seth's house than he has at Chris and Katie's house, absolutely. Some of the things that are part of his routine can be forced, if you know what I'm saying. In my opinion, they are. Some of the routines that he has at home with his mom and his stepfather, I believe, are forced routine, not something he chooses to have as his routine, but because of what we saw and heard about the things that are made to be done daily with him, I think they forced that down his throat, per se, without sounding ignorant, but to make him stick to a routine. Now, I think when he goes to his dad's house, his dad might be a little more relaxed with him because he wants him to be able to make his own decisions in some ways, to learn from things, as what I've heard Seth say. So I can't imagine. Okay, this is one big thing for me. When Seth described that he stepped on an anthill, pain and trauma is very big with these kids. Okay, when they have an experience like that causes them any form of pain or trauma, they don't ever forget it. Caden broke his arm when he was 9 years old. Go ahead, bud. What's up?
I'm sorry. Is it something that they would associate with, like, the way I understood that story was
saying already? Yes, it would.
What?
Would they associate that with that happening again?
Well, I think the incident Seth was describing was him. He was with him when it happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that something that he could associate with being with Seth, and maybe be more cautious just when he's with Seth?
I took it more as Seth tried. This is what Seth said. And he said to him after it happened, well, bud, if you had shoes on, that wouldn't happen.
And that stick. And that doesn't matter. I don't think it would be just with Seth, Cletus. Okay. I think it would be in general because it's a traumatic moment for him. Just like Caden, when he broke his arm, we have not heard the end of that. He's 17. It happened when he was 9, his 9th birthday. He was running, playing with his friends at his party, fell, and his arm broke bad. And it was bad. It was traumatic. It made me throw up because it was completely, you could tell it was broke, okay? And ever since then, from that moment on, he would not run around like the driveway, concrete, anything hard. He stopped running. And it's like, dude, you can't not run anymore. I don't want to fall again. He's still like that. Okay. He doesn't like to run on concrete because he thinks he's going to fall and hurt himself. And it's like, come on. But it sticks. Any traumatic experience, in my opinion, from my experience, will stick with them. And that's why I'm saying, when I heard what he said about the anthill and all this other stuff, I think that's like how can I put this? It's like etched in his mind now. Period. Wherever he's at, I'm not going outside with shoes because I don't know if I'm going to step on this again. You know what I mean? I don't want that pain anymore.
You know what else sticks? Is the fact that it was winter. It's February. It's cold outside. And if the kid is going to run away from home,
right?
It's winter. He knows to put on shoes.
100%. 100%. And that's true too. Whether you're autistic or not, trauma sticks with anyone. And that's what I'm saying is, an experience like that to autistic kids is very traumatic, period. Whether it's a big deal to us, to them, everything is a big deal. Okay. That's what I'm saying. But you're right, Golf. It's wintertime. It's cooler outside. The ground is not hot and warm like it should be. There's rocks, there's this, there's that. I mean, come on. You know, who's going to go outside in there, especially being as intelligent as he is? You're not going to go outside without shoes on, period. So
if you're going to run out with the garbage just like that, fine. I'll say, okay, that's one thing. But if you know you're going to run away from home, you don't really got to put shoes on.
No. And like Seth is saying, he didn't take a backpack. He didn't take his toys, his game system.
Yeah.
You know, this is something that if it was a premeditated experience, he's getting out of there. He needs the things in his life that are important to him to move on from that situation. No, I don't believe that's what it was at all, because he didn't do any of that. So that's just an opinion I have. I'm just saying, you know, I can't diagnose this kid as being, you know, more than what they're saying he is. But I'm telling you, when I saw this child is almost a carbon copy of my child, other than the 2-year age difference. And I can see the same things, guys. It doesn't change. So that's all. That's why I keep saying that. But I'm gonna go ahead with it now.
I have one more question. If I
go ahead, bud. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So there was something said by Kate. I think Katie and Chris both talked about this in that interview with Smiley. That the question was asked about his medication, him being off of his medication, and they said he can't come off of, or he's not supposed to come off of it, you know, instantly, because it could cause seizures.
Yeah, it can. It can.
I don't know anything about it, so I was just
it's a mood altering medication, okay, and it deals with your brain. Caden was taken off of his abruptly one time, one of his medications, because it was causing like chest palpitations, because it was a stimulant. So he was getting like heart palpitations from it because it was speeding his heart rate up. They took him off that immediately, and when they did, he got like really tired, real lethargic, and they told us watch him just to make sure that there's nothing coming. He was okay, thank God, but you can't just pull a child that's been on a medication that affects their brain and their brain activity for 5-6 years off of a medication like that and just think they're going to be okay. So yeah, he could very well have seizures because it's putting a chemical in their brain that they don't have. That's what that's all about. Okay. When you pull that back away from their brain all of a sudden, and they're not providing that chemical, the brain is basically going to go, whoa, what's going on? Where's it at? And so therefore the seizure comes on. Okay.
And
not to be dramatic, but
how much, you said Caden got lethargic. How long after he had gotten pulled off that medication did it take for him to get to that point, right, of being lethargic?
Oh, within like 48 hours, he got to that point. And then actually 12 hours after the medication stopped, he started getting a little strange.
Well, and the reason I'm asking, right, is I'm considering that and thinking about if that medication coming off of it would have would be a detriment to his physical ability, right? Then I'm just thinking, like, you know, because I've been thinking that maybe he could have outwalked the search area, But if
Yeah.
it's that short of a time frame, you know, I can't imagine he wouldn't slow down.
Every medication is going to be a little bit different, and I know he was on other stuff. He was also diagnosed with the chromosome disease too, which I don't know what meds he was on for that. And that's two different medications that are interacting. I wish Draw was here.
Well,
But
like I said, at the end of the day, I'm just trying to figure out how long coming off of a medication like that would take to impact.
It depends, first of all, on how long he was on them. Okay. You know, the longer you're on them, the harder it is to pull off of it, and the more intense it could be.
Yeah.
My understanding though is that he was just diagnosed within the past couple years with this, right? So
that's what I thought too. Was
yeah,
a fairly recent diagnosis.
Right. So therefore, he may not have been on this for a long time. Any meds, though, you have anybody for that matter. You want to wean somebody off of stuff like that because again, it's mood altering medication. It affects your brain waves and your brain function and stuff like that. So you can't just snap somebody out of that and go, okay, and think there's not going to be any kind of a reaction to it. I'm going to say, you know, a few days. Within a couple of days, he probably started having reaction to not taking the medications, period. Because it does get in your blood system and it's in there, you know, for a good couple of days because it's been in your blood system for so long. You know what I'm saying? Like anything, it's still gonna be there. It's still gonna be working to some extent. So within a 24-hour period, your body's not getting that influx of what they were getting before. It's going to start to say, hey, where's this med at? I need this to function a certain way. So that's going to start changing in that way. And then it's going to get worse and worse. And like I said, I don't know what other stuff he was on for the other issues he had. So,
yeah.
I just don't know. I just don't know. Hold on a second. I don't quite understand that, but I'll let that go. So yeah, anyway, I'll keep this going. I'm sorry, guys. But those are good questions, Cletus. It really is. Because a lot of people that don't deal with the stuff like this, they don't know, you know. And those medications are not a joke either. Like they will completely it can knock you down to nothing, or it can bring you like you'll get this burst of energy. And like, I think Chris was the one that said that he wants to eat everything, and Caden went through that kind of stuff too. Yeah, Mandy, I have no idea. I was trying to figure that out. But if you can figure, let me know. I'm gonna move on with this.
Time we get to chill and hang out.
Sure.
You know, and that was, you know, he would start, you know, and then I shit out of him.
Yeah. I used to do that to my oldest son because when he got really tall, his feet started to hang off the bed a little bit. I actually had to get custom beds made for them at one point because they're both so tall, but in the morning, I'd tickle his feet. I mean, he would just kick like a mule, man. And he got me one time real good. I had it coming, to be fair. So I get it. That wakes him up. Yeah.
I mean, I'd tickle him until he got up, and if he was giving me any type of grief or I want to sleep in, I'd be like, smell that? And most of the time he'd be like, Dad, why'd you do that? And I'm like, I'm talking about the coffee, son.
Not crop dusting them.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, no dust happened this morning. I'm trying to wake you up, not pass you out. Okay, come on. You know, and I mean, get up, and then it's like I've started with teaching him how to cook. So
cool.
Most of the time, it's what do you want for breakfast? You know, and he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, you want wind put in rabbit tracks? No, Dad, nothing.
Said what I do want. Yes, please post Seth's GoFundMe in the chat, please. We 100% support what he's doing. So, we're gonna do that for you because I think you need all the help you can get right now, my friend.
I appreciate it. I mean, the only thing I ask, I mean, my sister's in charge of that. I don't even look at it. I don't even have the link. I don't even have Facebook. I mean, come on.
Totally. No, I understand. So I believe they do have the link, and they're going to put it up. Amy just asked, so they're going to do that. And so, what you guys bacon or eggs? Were you teaching them how to cook bacon and eggs? That's the staple.
Well, bacon is a staple.
Yep.
Eggs is a staple. But his favorite, I mean, he loves bacon. The boy loves bacon. The boy loves eggs. His favorite thing in the world, last time I knew, was a toasted peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Fire.
Hell yeah. I love that stuff.
You know,
I love PB&J.
Hell yeah.
And I like it with the soft bread, but
coffee and a toasted peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I mean, that was my Aunt Sharon's favorite thing. She's the one that turned me onto that when I was like 10, 11, and I turned my son onto it. But bacon, he likes sausage, gravy, and biscuits.
Oh yeah, big time.
I was born and raised in, several places, but I'm Southern at heart, and there's nothing like sweet tea and coffee in the morning and sausage, biscuits, and gravy.
Biscuits and gravy is an absolute winner on every front. So
I don't know anybody that don't like that biscuits and gravy. I've never heard of spaghetti pancakes, and I don't know that I want to know about it. Thank you, Gray. But yeah, this stuff tells me like he knows his child because he's saying these specific things, and that's kind of important to me.
I don't blame the young man because I look, I'm a chunk. I'll just admit it. I love, hey, there's nothing wrong. No shame. You can't fat shame me. People tried. It's never worked. It's like
I got a pillow. All right. I said I got a pillow. You know, this is a six pack. This is a keg.
Yeah.
All right. I come from the party. All right.
Oh man, yeah. So
I cook. So, and the reason I've got this is because I eat what I cook. I don't have a woman in my life cooking for me. My mom would slap me for that one, but it is. I mean, I cook. That boy, it's like trying to put weight on him is like me trying to lose weight.
Well, it's funny, because he was pretty active, right? I mean, I saw some of the videos that you put up of him. And as they eat, it's just fuel to what grade was he in?
He was in
10th grade. Yeah. So he's got a,
9th grade, he's going into 10th grade.
So summertime from a freshman to a sophomore is when kids, boys especially, have a growth spurt. They have one between 7th and 8th grade, and then 10th or 9th and 10th grade. I've noticed because I have two boys. What's
because
that?
That boy would grow. He came over here for a week, and he grew 2 inches, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
His feet keep growing. Had to buy him new shoes. That's how we knew what shoes were, what he has is because his feet had grown and his shoes were no longer fitting him. So it's one of those things like right now with your feet growing, you don't want to spend a lot of money on shoes because next month you may not be able to fit into those.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion.
No doubt.
I buy a pair of boots, my feet ain't growing no more. I'm good.
I used to tell my boys that all the time. And they're basketball players, so they always was like, I have to have the LeBrons. And it's like, oh my God. You're gonna grow out of them in 3 weeks, dude.
You want them, you don't have.
Well, this is Seth Rogers, Sebastian Rogers' biological father, and this is the lab. This is Trevor from Trev Time up here in the right-hand corner.
Have to have them.
Yeah, exactly. It's called keeping up with the Joneses. You mentioned your mom, and I know that she's been a little vocal on social media. How is she doing? Is she hanging in there? Or, I'm sure you're in constant contact with her. Is she doing as good as possible? I would assume.
This is It's affecting her. It's her only grandson, just like it's my only son. It's my
Wow.
own. So, you know,
I understand. Yeah.
pretty emotional.
It's I I've never had a child go missing. The closest thing that I can even attest to it is I couldn't get a hold of my son once when he went to the river for about 6 hours, and that was awful. And I could just imagine what you guys are going through is hell on earth. It really is. I mean, it just sucks.
I'd rather go through hell.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. I understand. I don't understand, but I do, as somebody that has children, and I feel for you guys, and I feel for the mother, and you know, even Chris. Like sometimes Chris, he doesn't come off, well polished, and that could be for a million different reasons. And he feels vilified right now, and I understand that. But I feel, look, if he had nothing to do with this, obviously, I feel terrible. I feel terrible for everybody involved. It's just a terrible situation. And but the fact that you're out there, and I know that you're not going to give up. You just I don't know you, but you strike me from everything that I've seen. Your interview with Nick from Channel 5, when I first watched it, it choked me up because I felt your words, and I felt how upset that you truly were. And you're not the crying type, I can tell. And so I see, I can hear it. I feel the hurt, but I can also feel the love between you and your son. And I just feel very, very, I don't know, man. I wish I had words to. Sometimes I feel like a dummy, talking to people like this. Yeah. Trevor, you got anything?
I mean, I'm the same way. So that was just, and I appreciate you coming up. Josh, you've been talking to the past little bit, has been a huge, huge voice for your son. So I'm glad that you're able to come up and talk to us for a little bit. And I've been,
because he doesn't have a voice, I have to be his voice.
Well, look, man, I would want somebody just like you looking for me. Somebody that's just, I mean, you're determined, and one thing that I will say is too, public perception and what people think of you. You don't strike me as the type of guy who cares that much.
I don't know how I should take that.
In a good way, because I don't really care what people think either. But I don't want, it's just I wouldn't take it in a bad way. I'm just saying that you're focused on finding your son. Everything else is second, or even third. So it's not an insult by any means.
Well, no, I don't know how to take it. I wasn't trying to be controversial or anything. I don't know how to take the, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. And I understand that.
Only it's like I've told my son, in this world, the only thing you can control is yourself. You can control how you react, and you can control how you act. And if you control those two things, you're doing good.
I got to tell you that it for a change, it has been nice to hear about Sebastian and his habits and the things that he does when he's with you. And I'm glad that when you came up here, we were able to talk about him and kind of forego, other things, because